Welcome to the Timeless Tales Library, where stories unfold like silk ribbons guiding you toward peaceful dreams. I'm Oliver, your host, and tonight I'll be sharing 6 hours of soothing Alice in Wonderland tales to ease your mind and guide you gently toward sleep. The Timeless Tales Library is made possible by listeners like you. If you've found comfort here, please subscribe and help us continue creating these peaceful stories. As you settle in, comment below and let me know where you are in the world tonight, and share a whimsical Wonderland scene you dream of, a story taking you to perhaps the Mad Hatter's eternal tea party under dappled sunlight, a garden where white roses are painted red, the caterpillar's mushroom surrounded by gentle smoke rings, or the Cheshire Cat's tree where smiles linger in moonbeams. Your ideas keep our little library glowing bright. Now, close your eyes, exhale slowly, and let the day's tensions dissolve like mist in the morning Sunday. Picture each worry as a leaf falling gently from a tree, carried away by a soft breeze. Tonight, you're not in your room, you're in the starlit grove, a tranquil section of the Timeless Tales Library, where the air hums with quiet magic. This secluded grove within the library is a sanctuary of endless paths, each winding trail leading to a new moment of peace, a hidden truth, or a spark of joy waiting to be discovered. Tonight's story is your walk through this enchanted grove. As we take our first step, let your body melt into the warm embrace of your bed. Your mattress is a mossy knoll beneath a canopy of twinkling stars, cradling you in comfort. Soften your shoulders, unclench your hands, and let your breath flow like a gentle stream. Feel the earth beneath you, steady and kind, holding you in its quiet strength. Let's begin our journey. Alice in Wonderland, on the lavender hour. The final embers of daylight dissolved into a wash of liquid gold, painting the entire world in a hue of warm honey. It was in this luminous glow that Alice found herself at the edge of a meadow she knew she had never walked before, yet it felt as familiar as her own reflection. The air, thick and sweet, hung still and heavy, carrying the deep perfume of jasmine and the soft, comforting sweetness of vanilla. The grass beneath her bare feet was an impossible velvet, cool and cushioning, as though she were walking on the softest down of a forgotten dream. Each step she took was silent, a gentle sinking into a bed of emerald silk. Above, the sky was not a mere backdrop but an active canvas, a masterpiece in slow, deliberate creation. It was a symphony of color, where gentle strokes of lavender bled into soft rose gold, and whispers of dusty pink faded into the deepening twilight. It was a kind of beauty that demanded a surrender of the mind, urging her to simply observe, to breathe, and to exist in its gentle presence. This wasn't the vibrant, chaotic beauty of a bustling day, but the quiet, introspective beauty of a world preparing for rest. Alice found herself unable to recall the path that had led her here. The last memory was a vague sensation of a book open in her lap, the rough bark of the old oak tree against her back. Yet, the question of how felt as insignificant as a grain of sand on a vast beach. The past seemed to be an anchor she no longer needed, and the future was a distant shore she had no desire to reach. All that was real was this single, perfect moment. Her senses were heightened, each one a separate window into this new world. She listened to the distant, soft tinkling of wind chimes, a sound like fractured moonlight, and a gentle rhythm that seemed to hum in harmony with her own heartbeat. A warm breeze, scented with promises of peace, lifted a stray curl from her face. It felt less like a gust of wind and more like a gentle whisper, a soft caress from the world itself. "Are you listening, Alice?" it seemed to say, "to the quiet?" A profound sense of belonging settled over her, not with a sudden jolt, but with the slow, sure weight of coming home after a long journey. It was a knowing that resonated in her bones, a deep-seated truth that transcended logic or memory. She felt, for the first time in what felt like an eternity, that she was exactly where she was meant to be. This meadow was not a destination but a revelation, a state of being she had perhaps been searching for all along. It was a space beyond the frantic ticking of clocks and the demands of a world that always hurried. It was the space where a soul could finally exhale and the world could breathe with it. As Alice took her first tentative steps into the meadow, the world seemed to hold its breath. The air, which had been thick with honeyed light, now felt cool and refreshing against her skin. The grass was a deep, soft green, so vibrant it seemed to hum with its own quiet energy. The flowers, however, were what truly held her attention. They were not merely vibrant, they were alive with a light of their own. She knelt to observe a cluster of roses the color of fresh cream and butter yellow. Their petals, incredibly large and yet gossamer thin, were so translucent they seemed to be made of spun moonlight, each vein a delicate line of captured light. They were perfect, without a single blemish or curled edge, as if sculpted from a perfect thought. She reached out a finger and gently, reverently traced the curve of a peony's outer petal. It was a hue of the softest blush, and as her fingertip made contact, she could have sworn a subtle shimmer passed over its surface. A tiny, almost imperceptible sigh, a sound like a single, content breath of air, seemed to emanate from the flower itself. It was a sigh of perfect stillness, of being exactly where it was meant to be. Alice straightened, her heart full of a quiet, unfamiliar joy. It was a joy that didn't bubble up in a burst of laughter, but settled deep within her, a warm, resonant hum. "How lovely to see you, dear Alice," came a voice that was both familiar and entirely new. It wasn't the voice of mischievous riddles, but a sound as warm and comforting as hot chocolate on a cold winter evening, with a note of deep, abiding satisfaction. Alice turned and found herself gazing at the Cheshire Cat, who was materializing slowly on a low branch of a weeping willow. He was not a sudden presence, but a deliberate unblurring of the world, his form solidifying from the twilight air. Tonight, his famous grin was not a cunning curve of white teeth, but a soft, serene smile that seemed to understand the world's deepest secrets. His stripes shimmered with an impossible iridescence, shifting from silver to a pale purple that was so close to the sky's own color it was impossible to tell where one ended and the other began. His eyes, once bright with playful secrets and cunning intent, now held a deep, peaceful wisdom. They were like two calm pools of liquid starlight, reflecting not only the meadow but a quiet knowing that made Alice feel instantly and completely at ease. She felt seen, not as a character in a mad game, but as a person, a soul in a moment of true quiet. She settled herself on a moss-covered stone beneath the tree, the moss feeling cool and velvety against her bare legs. The stone itself was perfectly warm, as if it had been basking in the day's sunlight, holding the memory of warmth for her. "Good evening, Cheshire," Alice said, her voice softer than she'd ever heard it. "Everything feels so peaceful tonight. Is this a part of Wonderland I haven't seen before?" The cat's tail swished lazily, a hypnotic motion that felt in perfect time with the slow, rhythmic beat of her own heart. He didn't answer right away, taking a moment to simply bask in the silence. "It's not a part of Wonderland you haven't seen, Alice," he began, his voice a low, soothing purr. "It's a state of being you haven't yet learned to notice. It's the lavender hour." He paused, and a small butterfly with wings like iridescent soap bubbles drifted past his nose, leaving a fleeting rainbow in the air. "It only happens when the day is ready to become a dream. It's the moment when the world holds its breath, just for a moment, and lets go of all its fuss and flurry. It's when all of Wonderland, all of the chaos and the madness, takes a collective breath. It's my favorite time, when even the most hurried creatures, the ones who believe they have no time to spare, remember to slow down, to pause, to simply exist." As if summoned by his very words, a new sound entered the stillness, the gentle clip-clop of hooves on the soft earth. It wasn't the frantic, anxious gallop of before, but a sound of purpose and peace. Through the meadow came a procession that made Alice's heart warm with a sudden rush of recognition and wonder. There was the white rabbit, but his usual frantic, twitchy energy had been replaced by a gentle, steady calmness. He moved with a quiet dignity, his head held high, and in his hand his ever-present pocket watch was held not in a grasp of desperation, but with a quiet reverence. He was leading a small cart pulled by a deer whose antlers were not hard bone, but seemed to be fashioned from crystallized moonlight, sparkling like morning frost. The cart was laden with cushions in every shade of purple imaginable, from the deepest eggplant to the palest lilac, their textures a mix of silk, velvet, and woven cloud. And sitting atop this mountain of peaceful purple was the Mad Hatter, but he too was changed. His tall hat was not adorned with its usual frantic price tag, but with a simple, serene wreath of night-blooming flowers that seemed to drink the twilight. His eyes, which usually held a frantic spark of unhinged energy, were calm and luminous. "Alice," perfect timing, called the Hatter, his voice no longer a wild, excitable shriek, but a melodic and calm cadence, like a lullaby half remembered from a peaceful childhood. "We're setting up for the evening tea. Will you join us?" The white rabbit nodded eagerly, his ears no longer twitching in nervous energy, but instead conveying a gentle enthusiasm. "We've been preparing all day," he said, consulting his pocket watch. Alice noticed its hands were moving backwards in slow, hypnotic circles. Though time moves differently during the lavender hour, so we have all the time in the world. Time isn't something to be conquered here, you see. It's something to be savored." Alice found herself walking alongside the cart, her hand resting on its smooth, warm wooden side. The deer pulling it had eyes like pools of starlight, and it moved with such grace that the cart barely seemed to touch the ground. As they travelled deeper into the meadow, Alice noticed that fireflies were beginning to emerge, but these weren't ordinary fireflies. They glowed in soft, peaceful pastels, pink and blue and gold, and they moved in graceful, choreographed spirals, painting trails of light in the air like living brushstrokes. They were not simply flitting about, they were dancing a slow, quiet waltz with the fading light. "Where are we going?" Alice asked, her voice a soft murmur. She felt no urgency, no need to rush. The journey itself was the destination. "To the floating gardens," replied the Cheshire Cat, who had somehow transferred himself to the cart without Alice noticing, appearing now among the purple cushions. "It's where we always gather when the evening calls for something special. It's the place where the day's last light falls into the first dreams of the night, and where the most honest conversations can take place." As they crested a small hill, Alice gasped softly, a sound of pure wonder that escaped her lips without conscious thought. Before them lay a sight that seemed painted from dreams, a series of circular gardens that literally floated on a lake that reflected the sky so perfectly it was impossible to tell where water ended and heaven began. Each floating garden was connected by bridges that seemed to be made of woven moonbeams, glowing with a soft, ethereal light. In the center of the largest garden, an enormous table was set for tea. But this was no ordinary tea table. It stretched in a gentle spiral like a seashell. It was draped in a cloth that shifted color slowly, like the twilight itself, from a creamy white to a soft gold to a perfect, soothing lavender. The chairs around it were mismatched but somehow perfectly harmonious, each one a unique piece of art. Some were carved from driftwood and cushioned with moss. Others seemed to be made from crystallized flower petals, and a few seemed to be constructed entirely of solidified moonlight. Each chair was an invitation to a different kind of peace. As their cart glided across the first moonbeam bridge, which felt perfectly solid despite its ethereal appearance, Alice could see that they weren't the first to arrive. The Queen of Hearts was already seated at the table, but tonight she wore no crown of sharp edges. Her hair was adorned with a circlet of sleeping poppies, and her dress had transformed from its usual bold red to a soft rose pink that seemed to glow from within. She was arranging flowers in crystal vases with the most delicate care, her large hands moving with a surprising gentleness as she hummed a lullaby under her breath. "Your Majesty," Alice said, offering a small automatic curtsy. The Queen looked up with a smile that Alice had never seen before, gentle and motherly, completely free of any royal decree. "Oh, my dear child," she said, her voice like honey and silk. "During the lavender hour, we are all simply friends sharing tea. Please, call me Rosalie. It's the name I had before I became a queen, and the one I remember in quiet moments like these." The name seemed to resonate in the quiet air, a memory of a person she had once been before the burdens of a crown had changed her. Alice settled into a chair that seemed to mould itself perfectly to her form, cushioning her like a cloud. The Mad Hatter was already bustling about with a teapot that steamed, not with ordinary steam, but with wisps of lavender-scented mist that formed tiny rainbows in the air. The White Rabbit was laying out plates that appeared to be made of pressed flower petals, each one unique and beautiful. "What kind of tea are we having?" Alice asked, watching the Hatter pour liquid that seemed to contain captured starlight into delicate cups that chimed softly when touched, the sound a gentle song of welcome. "Dream tea," the Hatter replied with a contented smile that reached his eyes. "Made from chamomile flowers that only bloom under the full moon, honey from bees that collect nectar from clouds, and just a whisper of lavender grown in the gardens of sleep herself. It's a tea for the soul, you see. It doesn't energize you or wake you up. It soothes you and reminds you of what you need to remember." Alice lifted her cup and breathed in the steam. The scent was indescribable, like every peaceful moment she had ever experienced, distilled into a single breath. The quiet of a library, the warmth of a fire, the comfort of a loved one's embrace. When she sipped, warmth spread through her entire being, and she felt her shoulders relax in a way they hadn't in weeks. It was a feeling of profound contentment, of a knot she didn't know she was holding finally coming undone. Around the spiral table, other familiar faces were appearing. The March Hare arrived, but not in his usual frantic state. He rode a bicycle with wheels that seemed to be made of dandelion clocks, leaving a trail of floating seeds that transformed into tiny lanterns as they drifted away. The Dormouse emerged from a teapot, not the one the Hatter was using, but a larger, more comfortable one that had been converted into a cozy bedroom, complete with tiny curtains and a miniature chimney from which puffed rings of sweet-scented smoke. "I've been having the most wonderful dreams," the Dormouse announced, stretching and yawning with a slow, deliberate grace. "I dreamed I was a cloud, drifting across purple skies, and everywhere I went, I rained down silver stars that turned into music when they touched the ground." The Cheshire Cat, now reclining in a chair that seemed to be made of solidified pearls, nodded approvingly, his contented smile almost all that was left of him. "The best dreams," he observed, his voice a quiet rumble, "are the ones that feel real even after you wake up." As the evening deepened, the air grew cooler, and a soft, luminous glow began to emanate from the floating gardens themselves, as if they were absorbing the twilight and transforming it into a nurturing light. More beings, drawn by the gentle hum of contentment, joined their gathering. A family of hedgehogs arrived, not with sharp spines, but with delicate, tiny flowers blooming from their backs. They rolled themselves into soft, glowing balls, each a living lantern casting a pale, warm light on the mossy ground. A parliament of owls perched in the ancient, twisted trees that lined the shore of the lake, their hoots forming a gentle, resonant symphony that seemed to harmonize with the slow, soft lapping of water against the garden's edges. The sound was not a melody to be listened to, but a rhythm to be felt, the heartbeat of a peaceful world. The conversation around the spiral table was not a series of rapid-fire statements, but a slow, honeyed flow of pleasant thoughts. It was a space where questions didn't demand answers and statements didn't require proof. The March hare, no longer a frantic figure, mused thoughtfully on the flavor of rainbows, declaring with a quiet certainty that they tasted of birthday cake and summer mornings, a flavor that evoked pure, uncomplicated happiness. The Queen, Rosalie, shared her knowledge of planting a garden of music boxes, explaining with a tender smile that one must bury them when they are quiet, and the resulting song will be the perfect echo of that stillness. The Cheshire Cat, now more a presence than a body, insisted that butterflies truly did carry messages between flowers, and with a soft, knowing grin, added, "Most of the messages are compliments. The world needs more of those, don't you think?" Alice found herself drawn into this gentle exchange, the feeling of the dream tea still a warm, expansive presence within her. She began to share a story about a dream she'd had, not a frantic, confusing one, but a peaceful vision where her fingers could paint, and everything she painted would come alive. As she spoke, she noticed a peculiar phenomenon. Her words seemed to take on a physical form, floating above the table like soap bubbles filled with colored light. Each one contained a tiny, swirling image from her story, a miniature tableau of her dream. They floated and drifted, a visible narrative woven from memory and starlight. "That's not a dream," said the White Rabbit kindly, his usual nervous twitch now a simple, contemplative gesture as he pulled out his backwards pocket watch. The hands spun in slow, hypnotic circles. "That's a memory from the future. Time works quite differently here during the lavender hour. The past, the present, and the future aren't a line to be hurried along, but a landscape to be explored. You're simply remembering something that hasn't happened yet, but will always be true." As if to prove his point, Alice looked at her hands and saw that her fingertips were indeed tinted with soft, glowing pastels. Without quite knowing how, she found herself reaching out to touch the air, and where her fingers moved, trails of gentle color followed. They were soft pinks and baby blues and the palest greens, forming intricate patterns that looked like flowers blooming in fast forward, their petals unfurling in silent bursts of color. It felt as natural as breathing, a silent language her hands had always known, but only now had the chance to speak. The others watched with a shared sense of delight, their expressions a quiet mixture of wonder and contentment. Alice continued to paint, allowing her imagination to guide her. She painted a sleeping dragon whose breath, as it rose from its flared nostrils, turned into a cascade of melodic flowers that drifted to the ground. She painted a lighthouse that beamed not light, but dreams, guiding lost ships to safe harbors and weary travelers to peaceful slumber. And then she painted a library where the books, full of stories, would read themselves to sleep each night, their pages whispering softly to one another. "Magnificent," breathed the Mad Hatter, his voice a soft murmur of genuine awe. He reached for the teapot, which now steamed with a rainbow mist and refilled everyone's cups with the starlight tea. You know, I always suspected you had magic in your fingertips. Not a magic that requires spells or potions, but a quieter kind, the kind that comes from truly seeing the world for all that it could be. As the lavender hour deepened, the floating gardens began to glow with a quiet inner radiance. They weren't just reflecting the twilight now, they were absorbing its last light and transforming it into something softer and more nurturing, like a well-loved memory. The air itself shimmered with a gentle violet haze, and the surrounding water took on the look of liquid amethyst. A gentle music seemed to rise from the surface of the lake, not a melody with a beginning or end, but a rhythm like a soft heartbeat or the distant, peaceful waves on a serene shore. It was the sound of the world settling into itself, of every hurried moment letting go and finding its quiet place. The Queen, whom Alice now knew as Rosalie, had finished her delicate work with the flowers, and her movements were a testament to the peace that now defined her. She turned her attention to a new project with a quiet, focused concentration that spoke of deep love and care. Alice watched as Rosalie wove together strands that seemed to be made of pure moonlight and glimmering dewdrops. The threads shimmered and danced in Rosalie's hands, each one holding a tiny captured sparkle. As she worked, she would occasionally lean closer, whispering something Alice couldn't quite hear, a soft, intimate sound like a mother murmuring to a sleeping child. It was a sound that made Alice feel profoundly safe and cared for, as if the whispers themselves were a protective embrace. "What are you making?" Alice asked softly, her voice barely a breath. The sound felt so gentle in the still air that it seemed a part of the hum of the world. Rosalie looked up with that same gentle smile, the one that erased all memory of "off with her head," and replaced it with a feeling of unconditional warmth. "A blanket of good dreams," she replied, holding up her weaving. The fabric was almost translucent, a patchwork of starlight and soft color. "Everyone should have one, don't you think? Something to wrap around yourself on nights when sleep feels too far away, or when the world seems too busy to let you rest. It's woven from the most peaceful moments we remember and the ones we hope to find." She held up the finished blanket, and Alice could see that it was indeed made of woven dreams. Pictures moved slowly across its surface, gentle scenes of floating on calm, crystalline waters, of walking through fields of impossibly soft grass under skies filled with slow-moving stars, of being embraced by the warm light of a perfect sunset. Just looking at it made a wave of peaceful drowsiness wash over Alice, a sensation as welcome and comforting as the feeling of a soft bed at the end of a long, joyful day. It was the kind of tired that comes from a soul being deeply at peace, not a body being worn out. "Here," Rosalie said, standing and walking around the spiral table to where Alice sat today. "This is for you, dear child." She draped the dream blanket around Alice's shoulders, and immediately Alice felt as though she were being hugged by the most comforting presence imaginable. The blanket was weightless, a silent cloud of warmth that settled around her, perfectly adjusting itself to exactly the temperature she needed. It felt like every happy memory she had ever had was being held close to her. "But why?" Alice asked, her voice thick with emotion. The unexpected gift was more than a gesture, it was a revelation. "Because you brought wonder into our world," replied the Cheshire Cat, his form now so translucent that he was more suggestion than a solid presence, a living metaphor for the ethereal peace of the hour. His voice was like a soft breeze through leaves, and because wonder deserves to be treasured and protected, especially in the quiet hours when the world settles down to dream. It's so easily forgotten, you see, in the bright, busy light of day. The Mad Hatter raised his teacup, which seemed to contain liquid starlight, in a gentle toast. "To Alice," he said, his voice now barely above a whisper, "who reminds us all that magic is found not in grand adventures, but in taking the time to notice the extraordinary in the ordinary." "To Alice," echoed the others, their voices blending into a soft chorus that seemed to be picked up by the owls in the trees and carried across the peaceful waters. It was not a cheer but a lullaby, a sound of profound gratitude. Alice felt tears of happiness gathering in her eyes. She looked around the table at these dear friends, all of them now seeming to glow with the same inner light as the floating gardens. The White Rabbit had curled up in his chair, his long ears folded back, and was breathing deeply, his whiskers twitching with pleasant dreams. The Dormouse had returned to his teapot home and was already snoring softly, tiny puffs of flower-scented breath emerging from the spout. The March Hare was leaning on his dandelion clock bicycle, his eyes closed in quiet contentment. "I don't want this to end," Alice said quietly, the words a gentle plea. The thought of returning to a world of noise and hurry was suddenly heavy. The Cheshire Cat, now barely visible except for his gentle smile, spoke in a voice like wind through leaves. "The most beautiful thing about the lavender hour is that it never truly ends. It lives in the space between sleeping and waking, in the pause between one breath and the next, in the moment when day becomes night and the world remembers how to be peaceful. It's always here, Alice. You only need to remember to look for it." As he spoke, Alice noticed that the entire scene was beginning to take on an even more dreamlike quality. The edges of everything seemed softer, and the colors were gently fading into the most soothing pastels. The floating gardens were slowly rotating like an enormous, gentle carousel, and the moonbeam bridges were swaying slightly with a rhythm that matched her heartbeat. The world was preparing itself for sleep, and in its restfulness it was pulling her in. The Mad Hatter, with a contented sigh, began to hum a lullaby Alice had never heard but somehow knew by heart. The melody was simple and sweet, and soon the others joined in, not with words, but with gentle sounds that harmonized perfectly. Rosalie hummed in rich, low tones, while the March Hare added a light descant that danced above the main melody like butterflies over flowers. It was a symphony of peace, a sound that told stories of rest and safety. Alice pulled the dream blanket closer around herself and felt her eyelids growing heavy. But this wasn't the tired feeling of the end of a long day, it was the peaceful drowsiness of perfect contentment, a feeling like a cat curled up in a sunbeam or a child safe in a loving embrace. It was the feeling of being held and completely at rest. "Will I remember this?" she asked, though her voice seemed to come from very far away. "You'll remember what you need to remember," whispered the Cheshire Cat, his voice now indistinguishable from the gentle lapping of water against the floating gardens. "And when the world becomes too loud or too hurried, you'll find your way back to the lavender hour, where we'll always be waiting with tea and stories and time that moves at the speed of peace. It's not a place you visit, dear Alice, it's a place you carry with you." Alice nodded, understanding completely, though she couldn't have explained how or why. The mystery of the lavender hour wasn't a puzzle to be solved, but a truth to be felt. She closed her eyes and let herself sink deeper into the dream blanket's embrace. Around her she could feel her friends settling into their own peaceful rest, the gentle sounds of breathing, the soft rustle of settling cushions, the distant hoot of a contented owl. The floating gardens continued their slow rotation, carrying Alice gently through the star-reflected waters. Above her she could feel rather than see the night sky deepening into the richest purple, painted with stars that pulsed gently like the lights of distant homes where other dreamers were settling into sleep. The entire world felt like a single peaceful home, and she was a part of its stillness. The last thing Alice heard before she drifted completely into dreams was the sound of the Mad Hatter's teapot being gently set down on the table, followed by his whispered words, "Sweet dreams, dear Alice. May your sleep be filled with floating gardens and friends who understand the magic of quiet moments." And as Alice slipped into the most peaceful sleep she had ever known, the lavender hour wrapped itself around her like a gentle embrace, promising that whenever she needed it, this place of wonder and rest would be waiting for her return. The mystery of how she arrived here was no longer a question to be answered, but a reassurance. This place wasn't just a dream. It was the secret space within her heart where she could always find peace, no matter the chaos of the waking world. In the floating gardens of Wonderland, where time moved at the speed of contentment and tea was always the perfect temperature, Alice dreamed of painting rainbows with her fingertips while her friends hummed lullabies made of starlight and love. Ascended dusk, her bare feet finding the worn wooden platform just as the last traces of sunset melted into deep purple sky. She had been walking in her garden, she remembered, admiring how the evening primroses had begun to unfurl their pale yellow petals for their nightly dance. The firefly had seemed ordinary enough at first, blinking its Morse code message among the hollyhocks. But when Alice noticed it was blinking in perfect rhythm with her heartbeat, curiosity had gotten the better of her, as it so often did. Now she stood on a platform that stretched gently into the twilight, its edges softened by climbing roses that bloomed in impossible shades of pearl and cream. Wrought iron benches painted the color of sea foam, invited rest beneath old-fashioned lamp-posts that cast circles of butter-yellow light. The air smelled of jasmine and something else, something warm and welcoming, like fresh bread cooling on a windowsill. A sign swayed slightly in the evening breeze. Platform 7 3/4, the midnight express to somewhere soft, all aboard who need dreams. The letters seemed to shimmer slightly, as if painted with ground pearls mixed into midnight blue paint. Alice adjusted her cotton nightgown. Somehow she had changed from her day clothes without noticing, and approached the platform's edge. In the distance she could hear it, the gentle chuff, chuff, chuff of a train, moving not with the harsh urgency of daytime locomotion, but with the patient rhythm of a grandmother's rocking chair. A warm golden light appeared first, growing larger and softer as the train emerged from what might have been a tunnel, though Alice couldn't quite see where the tunnel ended and the starry sky began. The locomotive that approached was unlike any she had ever seen, crafted from what appeared to be polished amber and burnished copper, its surfaces catching and holding the lamplight like captured sunshine. Steam rose from its chimney in lazy spirals, but it wasn't the harsh white steam of ordinary trains. These were clouds of palest rose and lavender, drifting upward to join the real clouds in their slow dance across the darkening sky. The train's headlamp cast not a piercing beam, but a gentle wash of light that seemed to make everything it touched more beautiful rather than simply more visible. As the train drew closer, Alice could see that its cars were each painted in different soft hues, cream and sage, dusty rose and the palest blue, like a string of giant Easter eggs rolling through the night. Windows glowed warmly from within, and she caught glimpses of movement behind the glass, though she couldn't quite make out what or who moved there. The train came to a stop with the gentlest of sighs, as if it were settling down for a well-deserved rest. No harsh screech of brakes, no jolting halt, just a quiet settling, like a cat curling up in a sunny spot. The silence that followed was not empty, but full of anticipation, like the moment before a music box begins to play. A door opened in the car directly in front of Alice, revealing a set of steps that seemed to unfold themselves from the train like a flowering plant reaching toward sunlight. The conductor appeared in the doorway, and Alice smiled to see a face she recognized, though she couldn't immediately place from where. He was a tall, thin man with kind eyes behind wire-rimmed spectacles, dressed in a uniform of deepest midnight blue, adorned with silver buttons that caught the light like tiny stars. His conductor's cap sat at just the right angle, and when he smiled, Alice noticed that his teeth were slightly crooked in the most endearing way possible. Most remarkably, his hair seemed to shift color ever so slightly in the lamplight, now silver, now the palest gold, now the soft brown of autumn leaves. "Good evening, Miss Alice," he said, his voice carrying the warm cadence of someone who had spent many years announcing stations and destinations to sleepy travelers. "I do hope you haven't been waiting long. The express runs on its own schedule, you understand, not by clocks but by need." "I wasn't waiting at all," Alice replied honestly. "I was following a firefly, and suddenly here I was. But fireflies show you where things want to be." He consulted a pocket watch that ticked not with the regular tick-tock of ordinary timepieces, but with a rhythm like gentle rainfall on leaves. "Right on time, I'd say. Shall we?" Alice took the conductor's offered hand and stepped aboard. The moment her feet touched the train's floor, she felt something she hadn't realized she'd been missing, a sense of perfect safety, of being exactly where she belonged. It was the feeling of coming home to a place she'd never been but had somehow always known. The interior of the first car was even more magical than the outside had promised. The walls were paneled in wood that seemed to glow with its own inner light, perhaps cherry or maple, polished to a warm sheen that reflected the soft illumination from crystal sconces shaped like unfurling ferns. The ceiling was painted to look like a summer night sky, complete with slowly moving constellations that traced familiar patterns, the Big Dipper, Orion, and others Alice couldn't name but felt she should know. Plush seats, upholstered in fabric, the color of morning mist, lined both sides of the car, each one looking perfectly sized for whoever might choose to sit there. Some were high-backed and stately, others were low and cushioned like reading nooks. A few were shaped rather like enormous teacups, which made Alice smile. "This is the boarding car," the conductor explained as he checked his peculiar watch again. "Everyone starts here, though where they end up—" He gestured vaguely toward the front of the train, with a smile that suggested pleasant mysteries ahead. "Well, that depends entirely on what sort of dream they're in need of." The train began to move with the same gentle grace with which it had arrived, and Alice felt the soft, rocking motion that would accompany their journey. Through the windows, she watched the station slip away into the soft darkness, though she noticed that the platform's lamps continued to glow like distant stars long after they should have disappeared from view. "How many cars are there?" Alice asked, settling into a seat that seemed to adjust itself perfectly to her height and preference for how the cushions supported her back. "Oh, that's rather hard to say," the conductor replied, polishing his spectacles with a handkerchief that appeared to be embroidered with tiny silver locomotives. "The express has exactly as many cars as it needs on any given night. Sometimes 3, sometimes 33, sometimes numbers that haven't been invented yet. Tonight," he peered toward the front of the train thoughtfully, "tonight, I believe we have quite a few. Shall I show you around?" Alice nodded eagerly, and they began their journey through the cars. The conductor moved with the easy gait of someone perfectly accustomed to the gentle swaying of trains, while Alice found herself delighting in the rhythm of their movement, not walking so much as dancing slowly forward through one wonder after another. The second car was painted in shades of pale green and cream, and as they entered, Alice gasped with delight. This was clearly the garden car, though unlike any garden she had ever seen. The entire car had been transformed into a greenhouse, its ceiling replaced with glass panels through which starlight streamed down onto the most beautiful collection of plants imaginable. Roses climbed up specially installed trellises, their blooms ranging from pure white to the softest pink, and they seemed to glow faintly in the starlight. Hanging baskets overflowed with trailing ivy and delicate ferns, while window boxes were filled with herbs that released their gentle fragrances into the air with each rock of the train: lavender, chamomile, lemon balm, and others Alice couldn't identify, but found deeply soothing. In the center of the car, tending to a particularly magnificent rose bush, was the gardener. Alice recognized her immediately, though she seemed somehow both exactly as expected and wonderfully surprising. She was not young but not old, either ageless in the way of people who spend their lives nurturing growing things. Her hair was silver white and braided with small flowers, and her clothes were the practical sort that gardeners wear: sturdy boots, canvas trousers, and a shirt the color of sage leaves, with a leather apron full of mysterious pockets. From his book With Anyone Who Wanted to Listen, though the words seemed to change slightly each time he read them, adapting themselves to each listener's needs. The couple at the corner table were planning a garden they would plant together, sketching ideas on napkins and dreaming aloud of arbors covered in morning glories and paths lined with lavender. The chef brought Alice a cup of tea that steamed with the scent of chamomile and something else, something that reminded her of safe places and kind voices. Evening ease, the chef explained. It's good for helping thoughts settle down for the night, like letting muddy water stand still until it becomes clear again. Alice sipped the tea slowly, feeling its warmth spread through her chest and down into her fingertips and toes. The constant low-level tension she hadn't even realized she'd been carrying began to ease away, leaving her feeling lighter and more present in the moment. "Where exactly are we going?" she asked the chef, who was now polishing a copper pot with the care of someone handling a precious artifact. "Oh, my dear," the chef replied with a smile, "the express doesn't really go to places, it goes to states. Tonight, I believe we're headed toward deep rest, with stops at gentle dreams and peaceful sleep along the way. The destination isn't really what matters on a journey like this one. It's the traveling itself that does the work." When Alice had finished her soup and bread and tea, she thanked the chef warmly and followed the conductor toward the next car. As they walked, she noticed that the train's rhythm had become even more soothing, if that were possible. The gentle rocking motion seemed perfectly calibrated to encourage drowsiness without causing discomfort. The next car was painted in shades of deep blue and silver, and as they entered, Alice found herself in what could only be called the library car. The walls were lined floor to ceiling with books, but these were not ordinary volumes. The leather bindings gleamed in soft hues of blue and green and gold, and the titles seemed to shift and change as Alice looked at them. The Collected Dreams of Sleeping Cats, Lullabies of the Seven Seas, The Poetry of Rain on Windows, Bedtime Stories for Grown-Up Hearts. Comfortable reading chairs were scattered throughout the car, each with its own small table and soft lamp. Some passengers were already settled with books, their faces peaceful in the gentle light. Others browsed the shelves, running their fingers along the spines until they found volumes that seemed to call to them. The librarian sat at a desk near the center of the car, and Alice was delighted to recognize another familiar figure. She was perhaps 40, with dark hair streaked with premature silver and eyes that seemed to hold all the wisdom of all the books she had ever read. Her clothes were simple but elegant, a cardigan the color of twilight over a dress, the shade of deep water, with a brooch shaped like an open book pinned to her collar. "Welcome to the evening reading room," the librarian said, her voice carrying the particular quiet that belongs to libraries everywhere. "Are you looking for anything in particular tonight, Alice?" Alice approached the desk, noticing that it was covered with books that appeared to be waiting for specific readers, as if the librarian somehow knew who would want what before they knew it themselves. "I'm not sure," Alice admitted. "I feel like I'm looking for something, but I don't know what island." The librarian smiled knowingly. "Those are often the best kinds of searches. May I suggest something?" She reached beneath her desk and brought out a book bound in soft grey leather, its title embossed in silver, The Collected Conversations of Night Trains. Alice took the book and found that it fell open naturally to a page somewhere in the middle. The text was written in a flowing hand, as if someone had been taking notes about overheard conversations. And then the conductor said that destinations aren't places you arrive at, but states you allow yourself to enter. The passenger in seat 7 thought about this for 17 miles, watching the sleeping countryside roll past, until she understood that she had been trying to get to happy all her life, when what she really needed was to learn how to be content with the journey toward happiness. Alice read several more entries, each one a small gem of overheard wisdom from other night travelers. Some made her smile, others made her think, and all of them seemed perfectly chosen for this moment on this train in this gentle darkness. Not the sky above, but deeper, more restful shades of blue and purple. Other passengers moved quietly through the library car, some settling with books, others simply browsing. Alice noticed that several people seemed to be writing in journals or notebooks, perhaps recording their own train conversations for some future traveler to discover. A man in a paint-splattered smock was sketching sleeping passengers, his pencil capturing not just their physical forms but somehow the quality of their rest. A woman with silver bells sewn onto the hem of her skirt was reading aloud very softly to a small group, her voice barely audible but somehow perfectly clear to those who needed to hear her story. Alice found herself drifting between reading and observing, the book in her lap open, but her attention divided between the words on the page and the gentle scene around her. The train's rhythm had become even more soothing, if such a thing were possible, and she felt her eyelids growing heavy. "There's no need to fight sleep here," the librarian said softly, appearing beside Alice's chair with a small blanket woven in shades of blue and silver. "The books will wait for you, and sometimes the best reading happens in dreams anyway." Alice accepted the blanket gratefully, tucking it around her legs as she continued to read. The collected conversations seemed perfectly designed for drowsy reading, each entry complete in itself, requiring no sustained attention, offering gentle wisdom that sank into her mind like honey into warm milk. After a time that might have been minutes or might have been hours, time seemed to move differently on the express. The conductor returned. "The music car is beginning its evening concert." He he announced quietly to those who might be interested. "Tonight's program features the Sleepy Symphony Orchestra." Alice marked her place in the book and followed several other passengers toward the next car. The transition was accomplished through a short corridor lined with windows that looked out onto what appeared to be a garden of night-blooming flowers, their pale petals glowing softly in the starlight. The music car was perhaps the most beautiful of all, its walls painted in deep purples and blues that seemed to shift and flow like the northern lights. Crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, but instead of electric lights, they held what appeared to be captured stars, casting a gentle, moving radiance throughout the space. Comfortable seats were arranged in a semicircle around a small stage, and on that stage, the most remarkable orchestra Alice had ever seen was tuning their instruments. The musicians appeared to be a mixture of people and not quite people. Some were clearly human, dressed in formal concert attire, but others seemed to be made of shadow and starlight, their forms shifting gently as they prepared to play. The conductor of the orchestra, not the train's conductor, but a different sort entirely, was a tall, ethereal figure whose hair seemed to be woven from moonbeams and whose baton appeared to be carved from crystallized music itself. When they raised it to begin the performance, a hush fell over the audience that was deeper than mere silence. It was the kind of quiet that comes just before the most beautiful sounds in the world. The music that began then was unlike anything Alice had ever heard. It was as if the orchestra had learned to play the sounds of peace itself, the gentle lapping of water against a safe shore, the whisper of wind through sleeping trees, the soft breathing of a contented cat curled in sunshine. But these natural sounds had been transformed into music, given melody and harmony and rhythm that spoke directly to that part of the soul that longed for rest. Alice settled into her seat and let the music wash over her. The first piece seemed to be a lullaby for grown-ups, with cellos and clarinets weaving together a melody that felt like being rocked to sleep by someone who loved you entirely. The second was more ethereal, as if the string section had learned to play the colors of sunset, each note a different shade of pink or gold or purple painted across the darkness behind Alice's closed eyelids. Around her, other passengers were responding to the music in their own ways. Some sat with eyes closed and faces peaceful. Some swayed gently in their seats, and some seemed to be dreaming with their eyes open, watching visions that only they could see. A few had brought small crafts, knitting, sketching, embroidery, and their hands moved in rhythm with the music, creating beauty in harmony with the sounds that seemed to be singing not words but emotions, contentment, safety, the deep satisfaction that comes from a day well lived and a night that promises rest. Alice found herself thinking of all the people she loved, holding each face gently in her mind as the music continued. The melody seemed to wrap around these memories like a warm shawl, making each one glow more brightly, while somehow also letting them settle peacefully into the background of her thoughts. As the concert continued, Alice noticed that she was becoming increasingly drowsy. but it was the most pleasant drowsiness imaginable, not the heavy fatigue of exhaustion, but the gentle sleepiness that comes when the body and mind are perfectly at ease. Her eyelids grew heavy, but she didn't fight the sensation. Instead, she let herself drift between waking and sleeping, the music creating a bridge between the two states that felt completely natural and safe. The final piece was played so softly that Alice wasn't entirely sure when it ended and silence began. The orchestra seemed to fade away gradually, their forms becoming more translucent until they were indistinguishable from the play of starlight on the walls. The audience remained seated for a long moment, reluctant to break the spell with applause or movement. When Alice finally opened her eyes fully, she found that many of her fellow passengers had drifted off to sleep right there in their seats, and somehow this seemed perfectly appropriate. The music car had become a communal bedroom, filled with the soft sounds of peaceful breathing and the occasional murmur of someone lost in pleasant dreams. The conductor appeared at Alice's side like a gentle shadow. "The sleeping car is prepared for those who wish to continue their journey lying down," he whispered, his voice barely audible. "But many prefer to remain here. The music car keeps playing throughout the night. The instruments remember the melodies and hum them softly until dawn." Alice could indeed hear it now that she was listening for it, a barely perceptible musical whisper that seemed to rise from the walls themselves, like the memory of the most beautiful sound in the world. She chose to follow the conductor toward the sleeping car, walking carefully among the slumbering passengers. Each face looked peaceful and young, regardless of age, as if the music had washed away not just the day's tensions, but years of accumulated worry. The sleeping car was painted in the softest shades of lavender and cream, and instead of regular train seats, it contained the most comfortable-looking beds Alice had ever seen. They were not quite single beds and not quite double, each seemed perfectly sized for whoever would sleep in it, with pillows that looked like clouds and blankets that appeared to be woven from moonlight and starshine. Several beds were already occupied by passengers who had found their way here earlier in the journey. They slept deeply and peacefully, some curled on their sides like cats, others stretched out with arms flung wide in the complete relaxation that comes only with perfect trust in one's safety. "This one is yours," the conductor said, indicating a bed near a window. The sheets were turned down invitingly, and on the nightstand beside it sat a small lamp that cast just enough light to be comforting without being disturbing, along with a glass of water that seemed to capture and hold starlight in its depths. Alice approached her bed and found that someone, perhaps the same thoughtful hands that had prepared all the express's comforts, had left her a nightgown folded neatly on the pillow. It was made of fabric so soft it seemed to be woven from whispered lullabies, in a shade of pale blue that reminded her of the sky just before dawn. She changed into the nightgown in a small alcove that had been provided for privacy, marveling at how perfectly it fit and how the fabric seemed to carry a faint scent of lavender and vanilla. When she returned to her bed, she found that the covers had been turned back further, and a small note had been placed on the pillow. "Sleep well, Alice. The express will carry you safely through the night, and you will wake refreshed and renewed, carrying with you the peace of this journey. Sweet dreams are the destination, everything else is just the beautiful route we take to reach them. Alice smiled as she read the note, then folded it carefully and placed it on the nightstand. She slipped between the sheets, which were somehow exactly the right temperature and exactly the right weight, neither too warm nor too cool, neither too heavy nor too light. Through her window, the dreamy landscape continued to flow past hills covered in sleeping flowers, streams that reflected liquid starlight, forests where she could almost see small lights moving among the trees like earthbound fireflies. The conductor appeared one last time, his form barely visible in the gentle darkness. "Is there anything else you need for your journey, Miss Alice?" he whispered. "I don't think so," Alice replied softly, surprised by how drowsy her own voice sounded. "It's been the most wonderful trip. Will I remember it when I wake up?" The conductor smiled, his teeth catching the faint starlight from her bedside lamp. "Memory is a curious thing on the night express," he said gently. "You may not remember every detail. The mind has its own wisdom about what should be kept and what should be allowed to fade. But the feeling of this journey, the peace you've found here, the kindness you've experienced, those will stay with you. They'll become part of who you are, woven so deeply into your being that you'll carry them always, even when you can't quite remember where they came from." Alice nodded, understanding somehow that this was exactly right. She was already beginning to feel drowsy again. The train's gentle motion and the soft sounds of other passengers sleeping peacefully, combining with her own deep relaxation to pull her towards sleep. "Will the express come again?" she asked, her eyes already closing. "Oh yes," the conductor replied, his voice becoming fainter as Alice drifted closer to dreams. "The night express runs whenever it's needed. Just follow the fireflies and listen for the sound of rails singing lullabies in the darkness. We'll always have a place for you aboard, Miss Alice. Sweet dreams." Alice felt herself sinking deeper into the most comfortable bed in the world, surrounded by the gentlest sounds and softest light, carried forward through the night by a train that ran on rails of starlight toward a destination that was not a place but a state of being. The last thing she was aware of before sleep took her completely was the sound of the express's whistle, but it wasn't harsh or urgent like the whistles of daytime trains. Instead, it was musical and soft, like a mother humming a lullaby to her sleeping child. As Alice slept, the night express continued its journey through landscapes of dreams and rest, carrying its precious cargo of peaceful passengers toward the gentle shores of morning. And in her dreams, Alice found herself not as a passenger, but as part of the train itself, her heartbeat adding to the rhythm of wheels on rails, her breathing mixing with the soft sighs of steam, her dreams becoming part of the endless, wonderful journey toward somewhere soft, somewhere safe, somewhere perfectly, peacefully asleep. The train rolled on through the night, a gentle giant carrying dreams and dreamers through the quiet hours, its whistle singing soft lullabies to the sleeping world, its lights like stars moving slowly across the darkness, bringing peace to all who needed it most. And somewhere in that gentle motion, somewhere in the rhythm of rails and the whisper of wheels, somewhere in the space between sleeping and waking, Alice found the deepest rest she had ever known, carried safely through the night on the midnight express to somewhere soft, where every arrival was perfectly timed and every journey ended exactly where it needed to, in the quiet country of peaceful dreams. Now, exhale slowly and imagine yourself unspooling any worries or thoughts like threads of a tangled knot. You are in the silken archives, a silent, smooth-walled room of the Timeless Tales library. Here the books are not bound in leather or cloth, but in fine, soft silk. Each page is a weightless layer, and the stories within are as light as a whisper. Feel the cool, smooth touch of silk against your skin as you settle into your bed, your own private cocoon in these archives. Relax your shoulders, unclench your jaw, and let your hands rest gently by your side. Let your mind unspool and untangle, becoming as smooth and calm as the pages of a silken book. The stories of the archives are like a comforting blanket. Let them wrap around you, soft and weightless. The Blue Hour Sleep Tales, Alice and the Whispering Falls. The blue hour had arrived at the Whispering Falls with the soft inevitability of breath itself. It was that sacred time when day surrenders to night, not with drama, but with a gentle sigh, when the sky becomes a canvas of deepest indigo, painted with brushstrokes of violet and pearl. The waterfall, which had thundered with purpose all day long, now seemed to whisper secrets to the gathering dusk. Alice stepped carefully along the moss-covered path, her blue dress trailing softly behind her like a piece of captured sky. She had grown since her first tumble down the rabbit hole, though not in the sudden, bewildering way she had experienced in Wonderland's halls. This growth was gentler, quieter, the kind that comes from understanding that even the most extraordinary adventures need moments of perfect stillness to be truly appreciated. "Oh, how lovely," she breathed, her voice barely rising above the waterfall's murmur. The sound of cascading water had drawn her here, away from the bustling pathways of Wonderland and toward this hidden sanctuary where the evening light pooled like liquid silver. Behind her she could hear the familiar, comforting sounds of her dearest friends making their way through the twilight forest. The Mad Hatter's gentle humming drifted on the evening air, not one of his wild tea party songs, but something softer, more contemplative, like a lullaby half remembered from childhood. His footsteps were unusually measured, his great hat tilted at a more subdued angle as he navigated the narrow path with uncharacteristic care. "I do believe," came the Hatter's voice, warm with wonder, "that this waterfall has been waiting for us all along. Listen to how it speaks not in riddles or nonsense, but in the language of pure peace." The March Hare appeared beside him, his usual manic energy mellowed into something resembling serenity. His ears twitched, not with nervous excitement, but with the gentle attentiveness of one truly listening to the world around him. "The water sounds like time itself," he mused, his whiskers trembling with the effort of such profound observation, but time moving slowly, like honey poured from a great height. Alice smiled at her friend's words, feeling a warmth spread through her chest that had nothing to do with the lingering heat of the day and everything to do with the comfort of shared wonder. She had missed this, not the frantic energy of their famous tea parties or the urgent rush of curious adventures, but these quiet moments when their friendship could simply exist, unadorned and perfect. The waterfall revealed itself fully as they emerged from the forest's gentle embrace. It was not the tallest waterfall Alice had ever seen, nor the most dramatic, but it possessed something far more precious, and quality of absolute tranquility that seemed to emanate from the very stones over which the water flowed. The falls descended in 3 graceful tiers, each pool catching the water with barely a splash before releasing it to the next level, as if the waterfall itself understood the sacred nature of the blue hour. Ancient willow trees draped their silver-green branches around the falls like curtains around a stage, creating natural alcoves filled with the softest moss Alice had ever seen. Smooth stones, worn to perfect roundness by countless years of gentle water, lined the pools in neat arrangements that looked both natural and intentionally peaceful. Fireflies had begun their evening dance, their soft lights creating tiny constellations that mirrored the first stars appearing in the deepening sky. "Oh my," whispered the Mad Hatter, removing his great hat and holding it against his chest as if in the presence of something sacred. His wild hair, usually standing at impossible angles, seemed to have been gentled by the evening air. "I've never seen water quite so thoughtful." Alice knew exactly what he meant. There was something deeply contemplative about the way the water moved, not rushing or tumbling, but flowing with the kind of purpose that comes from perfect contentment. Each droplet seemed to take its time, catching the fading light like tiny prisms before rejoining the eternal dance toward the pool below. The March Hare had discovered a natural seat carved into one of the larger stones by centuries of patient water. He settled onto it with a sigh of deep satisfaction, his long ears drooping in relaxation. "I feel as though I could sit here forever," he said, his voice unusually soft, "not because I'm bored or tired, but because this feels like coming home." He said. Alice understood completely. After all their adventures, the Queen's croquet games, the impossible trials, the riddles that had no answers, and the answers that had no riddles, this waterfall felt like a place where such things simply didn't matter. Here, in the gentle embrace of falling water and fading light, she could simply be Alice, not the girl who had fallen through worlds or solved impossible puzzles, but simply a young woman who appreciated beauty and treasured friendship. She found her own place on a moss-covered boulder, the stone still warm from the day's sun but cooling now in the evening air. The sensation was perfectly comfortable, like settling into a favorite armchair after a long journey. The moss beneath her was softer than any cushion, with that particular springiness that only comes from moss that has been nurtured by constant gentle moisture. The Mad Hatter wandered to the edge of the nearest pool, where he knelt and dipped his fingers into the clear water. "It's perfectly cool," he announced, with the kind of wonder usually reserved for miraculous discoveries. "Not cold, not warm, but that perfect temperature that makes you forget about temperature altogether." He cupped the water in his palms and let it trickle back into the pool, watching with fascination as the ripples spread outward in perfect concentric circles. "I've been thinking," he said, his voice taking on that dreamy quality it assumed when he was truly content, "about how many tea parties we've shared, how many impossible things we've discussed before breakfast. But I don't think I've ever simply sat and watched water move." Alice smiled, closing her eyes and letting the sound of the waterfall wash over her like a gentle melody. The water's voice seemed to change as the light continued to fade, becoming deeper, more resonant, as if the approaching night gave it permission to speak in tones usually reserved for lullabies. "I've been thinking too," she said, opening her eyes to watch the first stars reflect in the pool's surface, "about how much rushing about we do in Wonderland, always late for something, always chasing after the next curious thing. But perhaps the most curious thing of all is learning when to be perfectly still." The March hare stretched his long limbs, arching his back like a cat in a patch of sunlight. "In all my haste," he reflected, his voice unusually philosophical, "I don't think I ever noticed how beautiful the world becomes when you're not trying to catch up with it." Alice watched a single leaf drift down from the willow branches above, spiraling in lazy circles before coming to rest on the water's surface. The leaf didn't fight the current or struggle against its fate, it simply accepted the gentle pull of the water and began its serene journey toward the next pool. There was something profoundly beautiful about such surrender, such trust in the natural flow of things. "Look at that," she said softly, pointing to the leaf's peaceful voyage. "Even something as simple as a fallen leaf knows how to find grace in letting go." The Mad Hatter followed her gaze and nodded thoughtfully. "I wonder," he mused, "if we've been making everything far more complicated than it needs to be. All those riddles and impossible things, perhaps the real wisdom has been in the simple things all along. The way water finds its path, the way leaves know when to fall, the way evening comes, whether we're ready for it or not." The March hare had begun to notice other small wonders around their sanctuary. Delicate ferns unfurled along the water's edge, their fronds creating intricate patterns of shadow and light in the starshine. Smooth pebbles caught and held the waterfall's mist like tiny jewels, each one unique in its rounded perfection. The air itself seemed alive with gentle movement, not the frantic rushing they had grown accustomed to in their adventures, but the kind of purposeful flow that spoke of deep contentment. "I'm beginning to understand," the March hare said, his voice filled with wonder, "why the waterfall speaks so softly. It doesn't need to shout to be heard. Everything here leans in to listen." Alice felt the truth of his words settle into her heart. In Wonderland's more chaotic corners, everyone seemed to be talking at once, the Queen shouting orders, the Duchess offering violent advice, the Cheshire Cat riddling in circles. But here, in the gentle embrace of falling water and evening air, conversation became something entirely different, an exchange of quiet observations, shared wonder, and the comfortable silence that exists between true friends. As if in response to their words, the waterfall seemed to settle even further into tranquility. The sound shifted again, becoming something between music and silence, a gentle susurrus that seemed to contain all the peace the world had ever known. The mist rising from the pools caught the last light and transformed it into the faintest rainbow, arcing across the falls like a blessing. Alice found herself thinking of all the wild adventures that had brought her to this moment. The frantic card games where the stakes seemed life and death, the puzzles that twisted her mind into knots, the constant feeling of being slightly lost in a world that operated by rules she couldn't quite grasp. All of that seemed so distant now, like stories told about someone else's life. "Do you ever wonder," she asked her friends, "what it would be like to have adventures that were quieter?" The Mad Hatter looked up from where he was examining a particularly interesting stone, his eyes bright with understanding. "You mean adventures that don't require us to run or hide, or solve riddles that make our heads spin? Adventures where the only mystery," added the March Hare, "is how something can be so perfectly beautiful without any effort at all." Alice nodded, feeling a deep contentment settle into her bones. Adventures in appreciation, in noticing, in being present for something lovely without needing to understand or change or fix it. The blue hour deepened around them, transforming the waterfall into something even more magical. The water now caught and held the starlight, each drop becoming a tiny mirror for the cosmos above. The ancient willows rustled in the gentlest of breezes, their leaves creating a soft percussion that harmonized perfectly with the water's song. Alice found herself mesmerized by the interplay of light and shadow around the falls. As more stars emerged, their reflections danced in the moving water, creating patterns that shifted and reformed like living kaleidoscope. She had seen beautiful things in Wonderland, roses painted red, playing cards come to life, cats that could disappear and reappear at will, but this beauty was different. It asked nothing of her, required no interpretation or response. It simply existed, perfect and complete in itself. "I think I've been confusing wonder with bewilderment," Alice said thoughtfully, watching the star patterns shift in the water. "True wonder doesn't make you feel lost or confused. It makes you feel found." The March Hare nodded enthusiastically, though his movements remained gentle, as if he too had been touched by the waterfall's peace. "Yes, like the difference between a riddle that makes your head spin and a sunset that makes your heart sing. Both might be mysterious, but only one makes you feel at home in the mystery." The Mad Hatter had been observing the mist that rose from the waterfall, how it caught the light and created momentary rainbows that appeared and dissolved like thoughts made visible. "I've spent so much time trying to make sense of nonsense," he reflected, "when perhaps the real gift is learning to appreciate beauty without needing to understand it completely." A family of deer had emerged from the forest shadows, moving with that perfect silence that wild creatures possess. They approached the far edge of the pools, their dark eyes reflecting the starlight as they bent to drink. The sight filled Alice with a warmth that seemed to radiate from somewhere deep within her chest. Even the animals understood that this was a place of sanctuary, a refuge where all beings could find the peace they needed. "Look how they trust this place," Alice whispered, barely breathing as she watched the deer drink their fill. They know it's safe here, just as we do. The Mad Hatter rose and walked to his travelling bag, which he had set carefully beside a cluster of smooth stones. From it he produced not his usual collection of mismatched teacups and cracked saucers, but something Alice had never seen him carry before, a simple, elegant tea set that seemed to have been crafted from moonlight and good intentions. "I thought," he said with uncharacteristic shyness, "that we might have a different sort of tea party tonight. One where we don't discuss impossible things or argue about whether it's always 6 o'clock. One where we simply enjoy the tea." The March Hare clapped his paws together in delight, though even his enthusiasm was gentled by the waterfall's peaceful influence. "What a perfectly sensible idea," he said, and then paused, looking surprised at his own words. "Did I just call something sensible? How wonderfully strange." Alice laughed, the sound blending seamlessly with the water's music. "Perhaps," she suggested, "strange and sensible aren't opposites after all. Perhaps they're like the waterfall, two things that seem different but flow together perfectly." As the Mad Hatter prepared their evening tea, Alice noticed that even his movements had been transformed by their surroundings. Gone were the sharp, angular gestures of his manic tea party persona. Instead, he moved with the fluid grace of the waterfall itself, each motion deliberate, purposeful, and somehow in harmony with the rhythm of the falling water. The tea he poured was unlike any Alice had tasted in Wonderland. It had no peculiar properties that would make her grow or shrink or see impossible colors. Instead, it tasted of chamomile and lavender, of honey gathered by contented bees and water drawn from the deepest, purest wells. It was tea designed not to surprise or confound, but simply to comfort and nourish. As they settled with their warm cups, Alice noticed how the steam from the tea seemed to dance with the mist from the waterfall, creating delicate spirals that rose toward the star-filled sky. Even their breath had become part of the evening's gentle choreography, visible in small puffs that dissipated into the cool air like whispered prayers. "I've never tasted tea that felt like a lullaby before," the March Hare observed, cradling his cup between his paws and inhaling the fragrant steam. "It's as if someone distilled the essence of peaceful evenings and poured it into porcelain." The Mad Hatter smiled, and Alice noticed that even his smile had changed. Gone was the manic grin of their tea party adventures, replaced by something softer, more genuine, the kind of smile that came from deep contentment rather than wild enthusiasm. "I thought tonight called for a different sort of magic," he said, "the kind that heals rather than confuses, that soothes rather than startles." They sipped their tea in companionable silence, watching as the last light faded from the sky and the waterfall's song grew deeper still. The fireflies had multiplied, creating a living constellation that danced between the water and the stars. Their soft light illuminated the friends' faces with the gentlest glow, making them look like figures in a peaceful dream. Alice found herself thinking about all the different versions of herself she had been during her adventures. The confused girl who first fell down the rabbit hole, the determined young woman who faced the Queen of Hearts, the curious explorer who asked impossible questions and received even more impossible answers. But sitting here beside the waterfall, with tea warming her hands and starlight reflecting in the gentle pools, she felt like she was discovering yet another version of herself, perhaps the truest one of all. This Alice wasn't trying to solve puzzles or find her way home or prove she belonged in Wonderland. This Alice was simply present, simply grateful, simply content to exist in a moment of perfect peace. It occurred to her that all her adventures, all her struggles with nonsense and logic, had been preparing her for this understanding, that sometimes the most important journey is the one that leads you to stillness. "I've been wondering," said the March Hare eventually, his voice barely above a whisper, "about time. Not the sort of time that's always 6 o'clock, but the kind of time that feels eternal, the kind we're experiencing right now." Alice nodded, understanding completely. Time at the waterfall didn't tick or chime or announce itself with urgent demands. It simply flowed, like the water itself, carrying each moment to the next with perfect, unhurried grace. "It's the difference," the Mad Hatter added thoughtfully, "between time that pushes and time that holds, time that says hurry up and time that says rest here as long as you need." As if summoned by their conversation, a gentle breeze stirred the air around the waterfall, carrying with it the scent of night-blooming jasmine and the coolness of deep forest pools. The breeze touched their faces like a blessing, and Alice closed her eyes to fully appreciate the sensation. When she opened them again, she noticed that the water had changed once more. By full starlight, the waterfall had become something almost otherworldly, a cascade of liquid silver that seemed to contain all the peace the night had to offer. The 3 pools reflected the stars so perfectly that it was impossible to tell where the water ended and the sky began. The March Hare had curled up on his moss-covered stone, his teacup empty beside him, his breathing slow and even. He wasn't asleep, but rather in that perfect state between waking and dreams where everything feels possible and nothing feels urgent. The Mad Hatter had removed his boots and was dangling his feet in the lowest pool, an expression of pure bliss on his face. "The water," he murmured, "knows things we've forgotten, how to move without hurrying, how to make music without instruments, how to be powerful and gentle at the same time." Alice rose from her boulder and walked to the water's edge, where she knelt and cupped some of the crystalline water in her hands. It was indeed the perfect temperature, cool enough to refresh, warm enough to comfort. She brought it to her lips and tasted something that reminded her of childhood summers and winter evenings by the fire, of her mother's lullabies and the feeling of being completely, utterly safe. "I think," she said softly, "this waterfall might be the most magical place we've ever visited. Not because it changes things or creates impossible riddles, but because it reminds us of what peace feels like." The Mad Hatter smiled, his face serene in the starlight. "All our adventures," he reflected, "all our mad tea parties and curious encounters, they've all been leading us here, haven't they? To this understanding that sometimes the most extraordinary thing you can do is simply be still and grateful. As the night deepened around them, the three friends settled into a comfortable arrangement around the waterfall's edge. Alice had found a natural depression in the moss that fit her perfectly, cushioned by centuries of gentle water and sheltered by drooping willow branches. The Mad Hatter had stretched out on a smooth stone that still held the day's warmth, his great hat serving as a pillow, and his face turned toward the star-filled sky. The March Hare remained on his stone seat, but had drawn his legs up and wrapped his arms around his knees, rocking gently in time with the water's rhythm. Before settling completely, Alice took one final walk around their sanctuary, wanting to imprint every detail in her memory. She discovered tiny wildflowers that bloomed only in moonlight, their petals so delicate they seemed to be made of condensed starshine. She found smooth stones arranged in natural patterns that spoke of the waterfall's patient artistry over countless years. She breathed in the complex fragrance of the place, cool water over warm stone, night-blooming jasmine, the green scent of moss and fern, and underneath it all, something indefinably peaceful that might have been the scent of contentment itself. Returning to her mossy hollow, Alice arranged herself with the same care the waterfall had shown in arranging its stones. She pulled her blue dress around her legs for warmth and leaned back against a boulder that seemed designed perfectly for just this purpose. From this position, she could see both her sleeping friends and the eternal dance of water and starlight above them. The Mad Hatter had begun to hum again, so softly that his melody barely separated itself from the waterfall's voice. It wasn't one of his nonsense songs, but something that sounded like a half-remembered hymn, wordless and infinitely gentle. The March Hare's breathing had synchronized with the water's rhythm, creating a soft counterpoint to the Hatter's humming and the night's own quiet symphony. Alice felt her own breathing slow and deepen, matching the peaceful tempo of her companions and their sanctuary. The waterfall's song had become their lullaby now, a gentle melody that seemed to wash away not just the day's concerns, but all concerns past, present, and future. In its voice, Alice could hear echoes of every peaceful moment she had ever experienced. Rain on a cottage roof, her cats purring, the rustle of pages in a beloved book, her father's voice reading bedtime stories. But more than that, she could hear echoes of moments yet to come, future evenings when she would remember this place, future times when the memory of perfect peace would comfort her through difficult adventures. The waterfall wasn't just offering them rest for tonight, it was giving them a gift they could carry forever, a remembrance of what true tranquility felt like. "Listen," whispered the March Hare, his voice dreamy with approaching sleep. "Can you hear it? The waterfall is telling us a story." Alice listened more closely and realized he was right. In the gentle cascade of water over stone, she could indeed hear something like a narrative, not in words, but in the deeper language of peace itself. It was a story about patience, about the power of persistent gentleness, about how the softest things could carve the most enduring beauty into the hardest stone. The Mad Hatter's breathing had become slow and even, though his eyes remained open, watching the stars reflect in the ever-moving surface of the pools. "It's a story about coming home," he murmured, "not to a place, but to a feeling, the feeling of being exactly where you belong." Alice felt tears prick her eyes, not from sadness, but from an overwhelming sense of gratitude. After all her adventures, all her tumbles down rabbit holes and encounters with impossible creatures, she had found something she hadn't even known she was looking for: perfect contentment. The waterfall seemed to sense their approaching sleep, and its song grew even softer, becoming barely more than a whisper of sound that blended seamlessly with the gentle night breeze and the distant hoot of a wise old owl. The fireflies had settled into a steady, peaceful rhythm, their lights pulsing in harmony with the friends' breathing. Alice let her eyes drift closed, not to sleep, but simply to concentrate more fully on the symphony of peace surrounding them. In the darkness behind her eyelids, she could see the waterfall still, its silver cascade, its star-filled pools, its curtain of protective willows. But more than that, she could feel it. The eternal patience of water, the ancient wisdom of stone, the gentle power of twilight itself. From somewhere in the distance came the soft call of a night bird, its voice joining the waterfall's eternal song. The sound was neither sad nor joyful, but something deeper, a pure expression of being that needed no purpose beyond its own existence. Alice felt herself smiling at the beauty of it, at the way all the sounds of the night wove together into something greater than the sum of their parts. The March hare stirred slightly on his stone, and Alice opened her eyes to see him gazing up at the star-filled sky with an expression of wonder that was entirely peaceful rather than manic. "I've been thinking about time again," he said softly, his voice barely louder than the waterfall's whisper, but not the kind of time that's always 6 o'clock. "I've been thinking about the kind of time that contains everything, all the tea parties we've shared, all the adventures we've had, all the quiet moments like this one." Alice nodded, understanding completely. "Time that holds rather than hurries," she agreed. "Time that feels like a blessing instead of a burden." The Mad Hatter opened his eyes and turned his head to look at his friends, his face serene in the starlight. "I think we've discovered something tonight," he said thoughtfully. "We've learned that peace isn't the absence of adventure, it's the deepest adventure of all. The journey inward, to the place where we can simply be grateful for everything we've experienced, everything we are, everything we're becoming." As if in agreement, a gentle breeze stirred the air around them, carrying new fragrances from the forest beyond pine and earth, wild roses and the green smell of growing things. The breeze touched their faces like a benediction, and Alice felt tears of pure gratitude spring to her eyes. "Thank you," she whispered, though she wasn't entirely sure to whom she was speaking. To the waterfall perhaps, or to the night, or to whatever force had brought three wandering friends to this perfect sanctuary at exactly the right moment. The Mad Hatter and March Hare murmured their own thanks, their voices blending with Alice's into a soft chorus of gratitude that rose and fell with the water's rhythm. They were thanking the waterfall, yes, but also thanking each other and the strange, wonderful journey that had brought them together. and the magic that had led them to discover that sometimes the most profound adventures happen when you stop moving and simply let peace find you. As the blue hour completed its gentle transformation into full night, the waterfall continued its eternal song, a lullaby older than memory, softer than dreams, and more comforting than any words ever spoken. The three friends lay in its embrace, not quite asleep but not quite awake, suspended in that perfect state where time becomes irrelevant, and all that matters is the gentle rhythm of water over stone, the soft light of distant stars, and the incomparable comfort of knowing that some places in the world exist purely to offer rest to weary travelers. The Whispering Falls had given them exactly what they needed, not answers to riddles or solutions to impossible problems, but simply the profound gift of peace. In its gentle embrace, Alice, the Mad Hatter, and the March Hare discovered that the greatest adventure of all might just be learning how to be perfectly, completely, and eternally still. And as the night settled around them like a soft blanket, the waterfall continued its ancient song, carrying their dreams toward morning on currents of liquid starlight, whispering stories of peace to anyone wise enough to listen. Alice in Wonderland, a Halloween sleep story, the autumn moon garden. The afternoon light filtered through the gauzy cream-colored curtains of Alice's bedroom, casting long golden streams that painted the walls with a warm amber glow. The crisp scent of October air seeped through the slightly open window, carrying hints of fallen leaves, distant wood smoke, and the faint sweetness of ripe apples from the orchard nearby. Alice had been curled up in her favorite reading nook, a plush armchair upholstered in soft sage green, with a worn collection of autumn poetry resting in her lap. Her eyes traced the delicate words on the page, each verse evoking the rustle of leaves and the quiet melancholy of the season. Outside, amber and crimson leaves performed a slow, graceful ballet, twirling and drifting to the ground below in a mesmerizing dance orchestrated by the autumn breeze. As the warmth of the afternoon sun caressed her face, drowsiness began to tug at her eyelids, gentle as a mother's touch, coaxing her toward sleep. The book slipped from her fingers, its pages whispering as it settled against the armrest, and Alice sank deeper into the cushions, her breathing slowing to a soft, steady rhythm. In that liminal space between waking and dreaming, where the boundaries of reality blur and the impossible feels within reach, Alice felt herself gently pulled into a familiar yet exhilarating sensation. It was as if she were adrift on a tranquil river, the current carrying her effortlessly downstream toward a destination that shimmered with promise and mystery. The golden light in her room seemed to pulse and ripple like sunlight reflecting off water, and the air grew thick with an otherworldly energy that tingled against her skin. Before she could fully register the strangeness of it all, the world around her shifted, and she found herself standing in a place that was both utterly foreign and deeply familiar, as if her heart had always known it existed. The transition was seamless, like stepping through a doorway she hadn't noticed was there, and she stood, wide-eyed, at the edge of a scene so breathtaking it seemed to belong to a dream crafted just for her. The place before her could only be described as an autumn moon garden, though the term felt inadequate to capture the enchantment that unfolded in every direction. Above the sky was a deep, velvety twilight purple, a canvas of rich indigo that seemed to hum with quiet magic. Stars dotted the heavens, each one larger and more luminous than any Alice had ever seen, their silver light casting a soft, ethereal glow over the landscape below. A full harvest moon hung low on the horizon, its golden surface so close and vivid that Alice felt she could climb the gentle hill before her, stretch out her hand, and brush her fingers against its radiant, pock-marked face. The moonlight bathed the garden in a warm, amber hue, blending with the starlight to create a scene that felt both timeless and alive, as if the very air were infused with the essence of autumn itself. The garden was unlike anything Alice had encountered, even in her previous adventures through the whimsical chaos of Wonderland. Where she might have expected to find beds of roses or tulips, there were instead rows upon rows of jack-o'-lanterns, growing as naturally as any flower. These were no ordinary pumpkins. They were alive with a gentle inner light that pulsed like a heartbeat. The smallest were no larger than her thumb, glowing with a faint, firefly-like warmth that flickered delicately in the twilight. Their tiny, carved faces bore expressions of quiet curiosity, as if they were just beginning to understand the world around them. Medium-sized jack-o'-lanterns dotted the rows, their carved features more defined, kindly eyes that seemed to follow her movements, soft smiles that radiated warmth, and cheerful grins that nodded in silent greeting. Each one seemed to possess a personality, a spark of life that made the garden feel like a gathering of old friends rather than a mere collection of plants. The largest jack-o'-lanterns were truly magnificent, towering nearly as tall as Alice herself, their surfaces etched with intricate designs that rivaled the finest portraits. Their carved faces were not menacing but serene, wise, or gently amused, as if they held the secrets of countless autumns within their glowing cores. Some bore expressions of quiet contemplation, their eyes seeming to gaze into the distance with a knowing calm. Others appeared to share private jokes, their lips curved in subtle, mischievous smiles that invited Alice to join in their silent mirth. The warm amber light they emitted pulsed in a slow, rhythmic pattern, reminiscent of a contented sigh or the steady beat of a heart at rest, filling the garden with a sense of peace that wrapped around Alice like a soft blanket. Winding between the rows of glowing pumpkins were pathways of silvery sand, their surfaces shimmering with an inner light that made them easy to navigate even in the dim twilight. The sand was soft underfoot, cool yet comforting, and seemed to sparkle with flecks of starlight embedded within it. Along the edges of the paths, tall ornamental grasses swayed in a breeze so gentle it was barely perceptible, their feathery plumes catching the moonlight and casting intricate patterns of shadow and silver. The grasses moved in a slow, hypnotic dance, their tips brushing against one another in a whisper of sound that added to the garden's serene atmosphere. Occasionally, a single plume would detach and drift upward, catching the light in a fleeting moment of brilliance before settling back among its kin as if reluctant to leave the garden's embrace. As Alice stepped onto one of the shimmering paths, she felt the air itself come alive with a subtle, enchanting magic. Tiny sparks of light floated lazily through the atmosphere like fireflies on a summer evening, but as they drew closer, she saw they were not insects but translucent leaves, each glowing with a soft, golden radiance from within. These leaves defied gravity, falling upward as often as down, tracing gentle spirals and loops in the air before settling wherever they pleased. Some landed on the sandy paths, where they glimmered like scattered jewels. Others nestled among the jack-o'-lantern vines, adding to their glow, and a few brushed against Alice's hair, their touch light and fleeting, before continuing their unhurried dance. The sight was so mesmerizing that Alice paused to watch, her breath catching at the beauty of it all, feeling as though she had stumbled into a world where every detail was crafted to inspire wonder. The silence of the garden was profound, yet it was not a hollow absence of sound, but a rich tapestry woven from the subtlest noises. The distant whisper of wind rustling through autumn trees carried a melody that seemed to speak of ancient forests and forgotten harvest festivals. The soft rustle of leaves, both those falling to the ground and those rising into the air, created a gentle counterpoint, like the breath of the garden itself. The jack-o'-lanterns emitted a faint hum, a sound so low and soothing it was felt more than heard, resonating with a warmth that seemed to say all was well in this magical place. Occasionally, Alice caught the faintest echo of laughter, soft, distant, and filled with joy rather than mockery. It was the kind of laughter that invited her to share in its warmth, to feel included in the quiet celebration of this enchanted autumn night. As Alice followed the winding path, her footsteps soft against the silvery sand, she came upon a small clearing where the jack-o'-lanterns grew in a perfect circle around a shallow crystalline pool. The water was so still and clear it seemed as though a piece of the night sky had been carefully excised and laid into the earth. Stars reflected in its surface, but they moved independently of the stars above, tracing their own languid patterns in a slow, mesmerizing dance. The effect was hypnotic, and Alice found herself staring into the pool, captivated by the interplay of light and shadow, as if the water held secrets it was not yet ready to share. The surrounding jack-o'-lanterns cast their warm glow across the pool, their light mingling with the starlight to create a scene of otherworldly beauty. Seated beside the pool on a cushion of velvety moss was a figure Alice recognized instantly, though he was transformed by the serenity of this place. It was the Mad Hatter, but his usual frenetic energy had been replaced by a calm, almost regal stillness that seemed perfectly suited to the garden's tranquil atmosphere. His iconic hat, once tall and tattered, was now a deep midnight blue, adorned with tiny silver stars that twinkled in harmony with the sky above. His coat, too, had undergone a transformation, its patchwork fabric replaced by soft velvet in a rich forest green. with polished brass buttons that caught the light from the surrounding jack-o'-lanterns and reflected it in warm golden glints. His eyes, usually wide with manic glee, now held a gentle warmth, and his smile was one of quiet contentment. "Alice," he said, his voice soft and measured, a stark contrast to his usual rapid-fire chatter. "How delightful that you've found your way to the autumn moon garden. I was just sharing tea with the October spirits, and they've expressed a keen interest in meeting you." His words were accompanied by a gesture toward the empty space around the pool, and Alice followed his gaze, puzzled at first by the absence of any other figures. But as she looked more closely, she began to notice details she had overlooked. The jack-o'-lanterns encircling the pool weren't merely carved with random faces. They bore the likenesses of gentle, kindly spirits, their expressions alive with warmth and curiosity. Some blinked slowly, their carved eyes moving with a subtle, lifelike grace. Others tilted their heads thoughtfully, as if considering her presence, and a few nodded in silent acknowledgement, their smiles welcoming her into their quiet gathering. "Please, sit," the Hatter invited, gesturing to a patch of moss that seemed to mold itself into a comfortable seat just as Alice needed it. She settled onto it, marveling at its warmth and softness, like sitting on a cloud warmed by the last rays of an autumn sunset. As she made herself comfortable, a delicate china teacup appeared beside her, seemingly out of nowhere, filled with a steaming liquid that carried the rich, comforting scents of cinnamon, nutmeg, and a mysterious spice that evoked memories of cozy evenings by a fire. The cup was warm in her hands, its surface painted with delicate autumn leaves that seemed to shift and shimmer in the moonlight. "The October spirits were just explaining," the Hatter continued, his voice steady and soothing, "that Halloween magic is a unique kind, distinct from the wild transformations or startling surprises of other realms. It's a magic rooted in recognition and comfort, a gentle reminder that the unknown can be friendly, that shadows can be warm and inviting, rather than cold and foreboding." As he spoke, Alice noticed that the shadows cast by the jack-o'-lanterns were not stark or ominous, but a soft, glowing grey, radiant with their own subtle light. They seemed like places where one might curl up with a book or drift into a peaceful nap, surrounded by the garden's quiet embrace. "Would you like to help us tend the garden?" came a voice, warm and grandmotherly, from one of the larger jack-o'-lanterns, though its carved mouth remained still. The tone was so kind and welcoming that Alice felt an immediate sense of belonging, as if she had been invited into a cherished family tradition. She nodded instinctively, her heart answering before her mind could catch up, drawn to the idea of contributing to this magical place. She stood, still clutching her fragrant tea, and looked to the Hatter for guidance. "It's quite simple," he said, rising with a graceful ease that seemed entirely natural in this serene setting. "We need to help the jack-o'-lantern seeds find their perfect places in the garden, ensuring each growing pumpkin receives just the right balance of moonlight and starshine. He led her to a corner of the garden she hadn't noticed before, where the ground was blanketed with tiny, glowing seeds scattered across the silvery sand. Each seed pulsed with its own unique light, some warm amber, others soft orange, deep red, or pale yellow, each with a rhythm that felt alive and individual, like the heartbeat of a tiny, hopeful creature. Some pulsed quickly, as if eager to grow, while others glowed with a slow, contemplative rhythm that spoke of patience and wisdom. Each seed, the Hatter explained, kneeling beside the scattered lights with a reverence that matched the garden's tranquility, will grow into the jack-o'-lantern the garden needs, but only if it's planted in the spot where it feels most at home. The trick is to listen with your heart, not your mind, and let the seed guide you. Alice knelt beside him, her eyes drawn to a small seed glowing with a particularly warm amber light, its rhythm steady and comforting, like the purr of a contented cat. As her fingers brushed against it, she felt a gentle, emotional pull, not a physical tug, but a quiet yearning, as if the seed longed for a place it had yet to discover. Trusting this feeling, Alice stood and moved through the garden, the seed cradled in her palms. The pull grew stronger as she neared the reflecting pool, where the moonlight fell in a delicate pattern through the swaying grasses, creating a mosaic of light and shadow. She knelt and pressed the seed into the soft, warm earth, feeling the ground yield gently beneath her touch. Almost instantly, a tiny green shoot emerged, its delicate leaves unfurling in the moonlight, radiating a quiet contentment that warmed Alice's heart. She smiled, a wave of peace washing over her, as if she had helped a small piece of the world find its rightful place. "Perfect," said the grandmotherly voice from the jack-o'-lantern, its tone filled with approval and affection. "You have the touch, my dear. Each seed you plant will grow into exactly what the garden needs." Encouraged, Alice continued her work, moving through the garden with a sense of purpose that felt both new and timeless. She planted dozens of seeds, each one guiding her to its ideal spot through that same gentle emotional pull. Some longed to be near the reflecting pool, where their light could mingle with the starlit water. Others preferred the winding paths, where they could greet passers-by with their warm glow, and a few felt most at home on the hillside, closer to the stars that seemed to sing to them in the quiet night. As she worked, Alice's movements grew slower, more deliberate, each action a meditative act that deepened her connection to the garden. The rhythm of walking, kneeling, and planting became a soothing ritual, her breathing aligning with the gentle pulsing of the jack-o'-lanterns around her. Her mind grew quiet, free of the usual clutter of thoughts, filled instead with the simple joy of being part of this magical place. The Hatter worked beside her, his own movements graceful and unhurried, occasionally humming soft melodies that seemed to coax the seeds into settling happily into the earth. At times she overheard him speaking quietly with the October spirits, their voices blending into the garden's symphony as they discussed the balance of colors and rhythms needed to complete the garden's harmony. The hours slipped by, though time seemed to flow differently in the autumn moon garden, stretching and contracting like a dream. Alice felt no fatigue, only a deep sense of fulfillment as she tended to the seeds, each one a small promise of light and warmth. The garden seemed to respond to her efforts, its glow growing brighter, its hum more resonant, as if it were thanking her for her care. And as she worked, she couldn't help but feel that she, too, was finding her place in this enchanted world, her heart aligning with the quiet magic of the October night. As the evening deepened, Alice's senses sharpened, and she began to notice subtle movements in the garden's soft twilight that she had initially mistaken for mere shadows cast by the glowing jack-o'-lanterns. At first they appeared as fleeting flickers, dancing at the edges of her vision, but as she focused, she realized they were not shadows at all, but gentle, translucent spirits, ethereal inhabitants of the garden itself. These figures moved with a grace that seemed almost choreographed, their motions fluid and deliberate, like dancers performing a silent ballet under the harvest moon. They tended to the growing jack-o'-lanterns with delicate touches, adjusting vines, brushing silvery sand from leaves, or gently coaxing a seedling to stand a little taller. Though they never spoke, their presence was warm and welcoming, and occasionally one would pause to nod at Alice, their translucent faces radiating quiet approval. The acknowledgement filled her with a profound sense of connection, as if her careful work planting seeds was not just appreciated but woven into the very fabric of this magical place, a shared effort that transcended time and space. The spirits themselves were a vision of otherworldly beauty, their forms crafted from moonlight and autumn mist, substantial enough to interact with the garden, yet so ethereal that Alice could see the twinkling stars through their shimmering outlines. Their garments flowed like liquid night, as if woven from the deep indigo of the twilight sky, adorned with intricate patterns of constellations that shifted and reformed with every movement. Some bore the faint outlines of Orion or the Pleiades, while others displayed unfamiliar star formations that seemed to tell stories of forgotten skies. Their faces were serene, ageless, and imbued with a timeless quality that suggested they had been tending this enchanted garden for centuries, perhaps millennia, their presence as constant as the turning of the seasons, their eyes, glowing softly with the same silver light as the stars above, held a kindness that made Alice feel instantly at ease, as if she were among old friends who had known her long before she arrived in this magical place. One spirit, whose starry gown seemed to contain an entire galaxy of tiny, pulsating lights, approached Alice as she knelt to plant a particularly large seed that glowed with a deep, rich purple light, its rhythm slow and resonant, like the tolling of a distant bell. The spirit knelt beside her, its translucent hands hovering over Alice's own, guiding them with a gentle, almost imperceptible touch to press the seed to the perfect depth in the warm, yielding earth. As their hands moved together, Alice felt a surge of warmth and gratitude, a profound sense of belonging that enveloped her like a soft embrace. It was as if she had been welcomed into an ancient lineage of gardeners, a sacred tradition that stretched back through countless autumns, each caretaker adding their love and care to the garden's enduring magic. The spirit's touch was cool yet comforting, and its presence seemed to whisper of shared purpose, of a bond forged in the quiet act of nurturing life in this enchanted place. When the seed was planted, a tiny sprout emerged almost instantly, its leaves unfurling with a soft glow that mirrored the purple light of the seed. The spirit stood, its starry gown shimmering with a cascade of light, and gestured toward a part of the garden Alice had yet to explore. Intrigued, she followed the silent invitation, her footsteps soft against the silvery sand as she wound through the glowing rows of jack-o'-lanterns. The path led her to a grove of trees, their branches heavy with hanging lanterns that were not made of glass or metal but of hollow gourds and small pumpkins, each carved with intricate lace-like patterns. These natural lanterns glowed with a warm golden light, casting delicate shadow pictures onto the ground below that shifted gently in the breeze. The patterns were mesmerizing, their designs so precise and detailed that they seemed to hold stories within their flickering forms, inviting Alice to pause and lose herself in their quiet beauty. The shadow pictures were not the eerie or unsettling images one might expect in a moonlit grove, but gentle, heartwarming scenes that spoke of the joys of autumn. Alice saw vignettes of harvest festivals, with villagers dancing around bonfires, their faces alight with laughter and camaraderie. Other shadows depicted families gathered around long tables laden with steaming dishes, their hands clasped in gratitude before a meal. She saw children leaping into piles of crisp leaves, their giggles almost audible in the stillness, and couples sharing warm drinks under blankets, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of candlelight. The scenes moved slowly, like a dream unfolding at its own leisurely pace, each one a celebration of the ways autumn brought people together in moments of comfort, connection, and quiet joy. Alice stood transfixed, her heart swelling with a longing to be part of those scenes, to share in the warmth and togetherness they depicted. At the heart of the grove stood a tree that commanded reverence, its presence ancient and wise, its trunk so broad that Alice imagined it would take a dozen friends holding hands to encircle it. Its bark gleamed silver white in the moonlight, smooth yet textured with the wisdom of countless seasons, and its branches stretched upward, their tips brushing the stars as if in quiet conversation with the heavens. From its lower branches hung dozens of jack-o'-lanterns, each one unique in size, shape, and design, their carved faces glowing with expressions ranging from serene contemplation to gentle amusement. Some were tiny, their light delicate and flickering, while others were large, their intricate carvings resembling portraits of forgotten autumn spirits. The tree seemed to pulse with a quiet energy, as if it were the heart of the garden, anchoring its magic and radiating a sense of timeless peace. Nestled among the great roots of the tree, like a throne carved by nature itself, sat the largest and most magnificent jack-o'-lantern Alice had ever seen. It towered over her, easily twice her height, its surface carved with such intricate artistry that it transcended its humble origins as a pumpkin and became a masterwork of sculpture. The face etched into its glowing surface was benevolent and wise, its kind eyes seeming to hold the accumulated wisdom of countless autumns, their depths reflecting the light of stars and moons long past. Its gentle smile radiated a warmth that enveloped Alice, dispelling any lingering doubts or fears, and filling her with an immediate sense of peace. The jack-o'-lantern's light pulsed slowly, its rhythm steady and comforting, like the heartbeat of the garden itself, inviting all who stood before it to rest in its embrace. "Welcome, Alice," said the great jack-o'-lantern, its voice deep and resonant, like the sound of wind rustling through a forest of autumn leaves, carrying with it the scents of earth and spice. "We have been waiting for you to join us for the Halloween moon ceremony, a moment when the garden comes alive with the magic of this sacred night." The words were spoken with such warmth and sincerity that Alice felt as though she had been personally invited to a gathering of great importance, her presence not just welcomed but essential to the harmony of the event. She looked around and saw that the garden spirits had gathered in the grove, their translucent forms shimmering in the moonlight, their starry garments twinkling in unison with the jack-o'-lanterns. The hatter stood among them, his forest green coat now adorned with a crown of autumn leaves that shimmered with stardust, his serene smile reflecting the garden's tranquil magic. "What is the Halloween moon ceremony?" Alice asked, her voice soft and reverent, instinctively matching the peaceful tone of the gathering. She felt a quiet awe, as if she were standing on the threshold of something ancient and profound, a moment that connected her to a timeless tradition. "It is the moment," the great jack-o'-lantern explained, its voice rich with the weight of centuries, "when we celebrate the harmonious coexistence of the world of the living and the realm of mystery. Tonight, under the radiant full autumn moon, we honor the truth that the unknown need not be feared, that differences can be a source of wonder, and that the boundary between the everyday world and the world of magic is not a barrier but a doorway, inviting us to step through with open hearts." Its words resonated deeply, filling Alice with a sense of clarity and purpose, as if she had always known this truth but needed the garden's wisdom to fully understand it. As if in response to the great jack-o'-lantern's words, the full moon above seemed to blaze with newfound intensity, its silver light flooding the garden with a brilliance that illuminated every detail. The carved faces of the jack-o'-lanterns glowed with warm contentment, their expressions radiating a quiet joy that seemed to echo the moon's light. The spirits shimmered with an ethereal grace, their starry garments sparkling like a celestial tapestry, and the growing plants reached upward, their leaves trembling with gratitude as they bathed in the celestial glow. The entire garden seemed to hum with a shared energy, a collective celebration of the magic that bound it together under the autumn moon. The ceremony itself was unlike any ritual Alice had ever witnessed, its simplicity profound and moving. There were no grand speeches or elaborate gestures, only a shared moment of quiet reverence as everyone in the garden stood together, basking in the moonlight. The spirits, the hatter, and the jack-o'-lanterns all seemed to breathe as one, their presence unified by a deep sense of connection to the magic surrounding them. Alice felt it too, a profound sense of belonging, as if she were part of an ancient lineage that stretched back through generations of gardeners, spirits, and wise jack-o'-lanterns, all united by their love for this enchanted place. The silence was filled with a music born not of instruments but of harmony, the soft hum of the jack-o'-lanterns, the whisper of the autumn breeze through the trees, the gentle laughter of the spirits, and the slow, steady breathing of the earth itself, resting peacefully under the moon's tender care. As Alice stood in the grove, enveloped by the garden's gentle magic, a wave of drowsiness washed over her, warm and comforting, like a soft blanket draped over her shoulders. The moonlight seemed to wrap around her, its silver glow soothing her senses, while the warm light from the jack-o'-lanterns made her eyelids grow heavy with contentment. The ceremony continued around her, its quiet rhythm requiring no effort beyond the simple joy of being present, of sharing in the garden's peace. She felt herself swaying slightly, her body relaxing into the moment, carried by the gentle pulse of the garden's magic. "Alice," the Hatter said softly, appearing beside her with his serene smile, his crown of leaves catching the moonlight in a delicate shimmer. "Would you like to rest in the moon garden's most special sleeping place? The ceremony will continue through the night, and you can sleep peacefully, cradled by the gentle magic that surrounds us." His voice was warm and inviting, promising a rest unlike any she had known. Alice nodded, her eyes heavy with the weight of the day's work and the garden's soothing enchantment. The hours spent tending the seeds, combined with the profound peace of this place, had left her in a state of perfect relaxation, her mind quiet and her heart full. The Hatter led her to a small hill nearby, its surface covered in the softest moss she had ever felt, warm and yielding like a bed crafted by the garden itself. The moonlight fell in a gentle pattern across the hill, filtered through the swaying grasses, and the surrounding jack-o'-lanterns cast warm, comforting shadows that seemed to embrace her. A bed formed itself from the moss and scattered leaves, perfectly shaped to her body, its surface as inviting as a cloud warmed by autumn sunlight. As Alice lay down, the earth beneath her radiated a gentle warmth, as if the garden itself were cradling her in its care. The great oak tree stretched one of its lower branches over her, and from it hung a small, exquisitely carved jack-o'-lantern, its light glowing with the softest, most comforting warmth, bright enough to reassure her, yet dim enough to lull her toward sleep. The light pulsed slowly, its rhythm aligning with her own slowing breaths, guiding her gently toward rest. "Sleep well, dear Alice," whispered the grandmotherly voice from the large jack-o'-lantern, its tone filled with love and protection. "You are safe and cherished in the moon garden, and we will all watch over your dreams." The words wrapped around her like a lullaby, their warmth settling into her heart as she sank deeper into the mossy bed. The sounds of the ongoing ceremony enveloped her, quiet humming from the spirits, the Hatter's soft conversation with the October spirits, and the gentle creaking of the ancient oak as it swayed in the breeze. These sounds blended into a melody more beautiful than any lullaby, a symphony of peace and magic that carried her toward sleep. The jack-o'-lantern above her pulsed more slowly, its light dimming gradually, as if it knew exactly when she was ready to drift off. She felt the loving presence of the garden spirits surrounding her, their watchful care a gentle promise that she was safe in this enchanted place. As Alice hovered on the edge of sleep, she noticed the autumn leaves falling more thickly now, but instead of settling on the ground, they drifted gently over her, forming a blanket of gold, red, and amber. Each leaf seemed to carry a wish for peaceful dreams, their touch light and comforting, like a mother's hand smoothing a child's hair. The sensation was so soothing that Alice surrendered completely, her body relaxing into the embrace of the garden's magic. Her final thoughts were of gratitude for the autumn moon garden, with its glowing jack-o'-lanterns and gentle spirits, for the hatter's quiet companionship transformed by the serenity of this place, and for the great jack-o'-lantern whose wisdom and warmth had made her feel so safe and loved. The Halloween moon ceremony continued softly around her, a celebration of the harmony between the known and the unknown, the ordinary and the magical, the living and the eternal. In that perfect moment, surrounded by the loving glow of countless jack-o'-lanterns and watched over by the benevolent spirits of the garden, Alice slipped into the deepest, most restorative sleep she had ever known, her dreams alight with gentle radiance, and the promise that peace and magic could coexist in the soft shadows of an October night. The moon continued its slow ascent across the star-filled sky, its silver light blessing the sleeping garden and its dreamers with a quiet promise. When morning came, it would bring with it new wonders, new reasons to marvel at the gentle magic that lingered in the quiet spaces between the everyday world and the realm of beautiful dreams, where the autumn moon garden would forever hold a place in Alice's heart. Alice and the Christmas Rabbit Hole, from the Christmas Sleep Stories series. The snow had been falling steadily for 3 days now, blanketing the countryside in a pristine layer of white that sparkled like crushed diamonds under the pale December Sunday. Alice sat by her bedroom window, watching the flakes drift lazily past the glass, each one unique and perfect in its delicate dance toward the earth below. The house was quiet save for the gentle crackling of the fireplace downstairs and the soft whisper of wind against the shutters. It was Christmas Eve, and though the warmth of family and celebration filled the rooms below, Alice found herself drawn to this peaceful solitude, mesmerized by the hypnotic rhythm of the falling snow. She pressed her palm against the cool window pane, leaving a small handprint that quickly fogged with her breath. Through the misted glass, the world outside looked dreamlike, softened and made magical by winter's gentle touch. Alice had always been a curious child, prone to following interesting paths wherever they might lead, and today something about the snow-covered garden called to her with an almost musical voice. She could see the old oak tree where she often sat to read, its branches now heavy with snow, creating natural archways and tunnels beneath its protective canopy. And there, just barely visible through the swirling flakes, was something that made her heart skip with wonder. A rabbit, but not just any rabbit. Even at this distance, she could see the familiar flash of a waistcoat, the hurried way it moved, checking what appeared to be a pocket watch before disappearing behind the oak's massive trunk. The white rabbit, here in her own garden on Christmas Eve. Without hesitation, Alice wrapped herself in her warmest cloak, a deep blue velvet that her grandmother had sewn with tiny silver stars, and slipped quietly from the house. The snow crunched softly beneath her boots as she made her way across the garden, following the rabbit's tracks that led in a winding path toward the old oak tree. The winter air was crisp and clean, filling her lungs with each breath and bringing color to her cheeks. Snowflakes caught on her eyelashes, melting quickly, and she could taste the pure sweetness of winter on her tongue. The world around her was hushed, wrapped in snow's natural silence, broken only by the distant sound of church bells ringing across the village, calling people to Christmas Eve service. As Alice approached the oak tree, she noticed something extraordinary. Where the rabbit's tracks should have continued around the trunk, they simply vanished into what appeared to be a hole in the ground, but not the kind of rabbit hole she remembered from her previous adventure. This opening was decorated with tiny evergreen garlands, their needles dusted with snow, and strings of what looked like crystallized berries that caught the light like miniature lanterns. Around the opening, someone had carefully arranged a circle of pine cones, each one painted with delicate silver snowflakes that sparkled in the fading afternoon light. Between the pine cones, small glass ornaments nestled in the snow like colorful eggs in a nest, each one containing what appeared to be a tiny winter scene miniature sledding parties. Ice skating rinks no bigger than a teacup, and snow-covered villages with lights twinkling in windows smaller than Alice's fingernail. The whole itself seemed to glow with a warm, inviting light that pulsed gently, like a heartbeat or the rhythm of peaceful breathing. As Alice knelt beside it, brushing away some of the snow with her mittened hands, she could feel the warmth rising from below, carrying with it the most wonderful scents. She discovered that the opening was lined with soft, moss-green velvet that looked impossibly cozy against the winter landscape, and the velvet itself seemed to shimmer with tiny golden threads that caught the light like captured sunbeams. A small wooden sign, carved with delicate holly leaves and painted with loving care, read, "Christmas visitors welcome, mind the step." Below the main message, in smaller, more delicate script, were the words, "Where every season is the season of wonder, and every heart finds rest." Alice traced the carved letters with her finger, noting how the wood was warm to the touch despite the cold air above ground. Beside the sign, a tiny mailbox no bigger than a jewelry box sat nestled in the snow. Its red paint was cheerful and bright, and a small flag indicated that mail waited inside. Curious, Alice opened the miniature door and found a letter addressed to her in the most beautiful handwriting she had ever seen. The paper was cream-colored and felt like silk between her fingers, and when she unfolded it, golden letters appeared as if written by invisible hands. "Dearest Alice," the letter read, "we have prepared a special Christmas celebration in your honor. Please join us for an evening of warmth, wonder, and the gentlest of adventures. Your presence is the only gift we require. With fondest regards and warmest welcome, your friends in the Christmas realm." Alice smiled at this considerate warning, remembering her last tumbling descent into Wonderland. But this time, as she peered into the glowing tunnel, she could see that thoughtful hands had installed a beautiful spiral staircase that curved gently downward, its banister wrapped in garlands of pine and ribbon. Each step was cushioned with thick, soft carpeting that looked warm and inviting. The scent that rose from the tunnel was intoxicating cinnamon and vanilla, pine needles and wood smoke, with underlying notes of chocolate and peppermint that made Alice's mouth water. It was the essence of Christmas distilled into pure, welcoming fragrance. She could hear something too, the gentle sound of distant music, like a music box playing a lullaby, mixed with soft laughter and the comfortable murmur of friends gathering together. Alice settled herself at the edge of the rabbit hole, letting her legs dangle into the warmth that rose from below. Unlike her previous adventure's sudden fall, this descent felt completely safe and welcoming. She placed one foot on the first step, testing its solidity, and found it perfectly secure. The velvet lining was indeed as soft as it appeared, and warmth seemed to emanate from the very walls of the tunnel. As she began her gentle descent, Alice noticed that the walls were decorated with the most beautiful Christmas murals she had ever seen. Painted in soft, dreamy colors, they showed scenes of winter wonder, deer stepping delicately through snow-laden forests, cardinals perched on holly branches, and cozy cottages with windows glowing golden in the twilight. Each image seemed to move slightly as she passed, as if the paintings were alive with their own gentle magic. The first mural showed a family of rabbits building a snowman together, their movements so lifelike that Alice could almost hear their soft laughter echoing from the painted scene. As she descended further, she passed a painting of children ice skating on a frozen pond, their rosy cheeks and bright scarves seeming to flutter in an unfelt breeze. Another mural depicted a grandmother knitting by a window while snow fell outside, and Alice could swear she saw the knitting needles moving in a gentle, hypnotic rhythm. The most beautiful mural of all showed a great Christmas tree in a town square, surrounded by carolers whose mouths moved silently, their faces filled with joy and peace. As Alice watched, tiny painted snowflakes seemed to drift across the surface of the painting, settling on the carolers' shoulders and caps before disappearing and beginning their gentle dance again. Between the larger murals, smaller paintings filled every available space on the tunnel walls. These showed intimate winter scenes, a cat sleeping by a fireplace, a teapot steaming on a kitchen table set for Christmas breakfast, mittens and scarves hanging by a door to dry, and children's toys arranged hopefully by a chimney. Each small painting was framed with carved wooden borders decorated with holly leaves, candy canes, or tiny bells that actually chimed softly when Alice passed by. The staircase curved downward in a leisurely spiral, never steep enough to cause alarm, always well lit by the warm glow that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. Along the banister, Someone had wound garlands of real pine boughs interwoven with ribbon that shimmered like starlight. Every few steps, small lanterns hung from the garland, each one containing not a candle but what appeared to be captured fireflies that glowed with gentle golden light. Alice found herself relaxing more with each step, her breathing becoming deeper and more peaceful. The music grew slightly louder as she descended. She could now make out not just Silent Night, but a whole medley of gentle Christmas carols being hummed by several voices in perfect, unhurried harmony. The voices seemed to come from the walls themselves, as if the very stone was singing. Tiny alcoves carved into the tunnel walls held miniature Christmas displays that took Alice's breath away with their detail and beauty. Some alcoves contained Christmas trees no taller than her hand, each one perfectly decorated with ornaments no bigger than dewdrops. The tiny ornaments were works of art in themselves, miniature snow globes that actually contained swirling snow, little bells that rang with voices high as fairy laughter, and stars that pulsed with their own inner light. Other alcoves held elaborate winter scenes, a tiny frozen pond where porcelain skaters glided eternally in graceful circles, a miniature Christmas market with stalls selling goods too small to see clearly, but beautiful in their perfect detail, and a small nativity scene so lovely and peaceful that Alice found herself pausing at each one, drawn into quiet contemplation of the serene expressions on the tiny figures' faces. One alcove contained a dollhouse-sized library where miniature books about Christmas stories lined shelves no bigger than matchsticks. Another held a tiny bakery where impossible small loaves of gingerbread bread seemed to emit real warmth and the scent of cinnamon and molasses. Yet another alcove showed a miniature sleigh loaded with presents, pulled by reindeer so small and perfectly formed that Alice had to look closely to make sure they weren't alive. The air grew warmer and more fragrant as she continued down, carrying scents that changed subtly with each step. First came the clean, crisp scent of pine needles and fresh snow, then the warm, comforting smells of cinnamon, vanilla, and baking bread. Next came the cozy aromas of wood smoke and hot chocolate, followed by the festive scents of peppermint, orange peel, and something that reminded Alice of her grandmother's Christmas cookies cooling on the kitchen windowsill. Alice found herself relaxing her grip on her cloak as the temperature became perfectly comfortable, not too warm, not too cool, but exactly the temperature that made her feel most at peace. Her boots made no sound on the carpeted steps, and she felt as though she were floating gently downward rather than walking, carried along by the warm, scented air and the gentle music that seemed to wrap around her like an invisible embrace. As the tunnel began to level out, Alice could see a soft glow ahead that spoke of the approaching end of her journey. The walls widened gradually, and she realized she was entering a vast underground chamber that defied all logic and filled her heart with wonder. She emerged into a Christmas wonderland that took her breath away. The cavern, though it felt nothing like a cave, was enormous, its ceiling lost in a gentle, twinkling darkness that looked exactly like a starry winter sky. Snow fell softly from this impossible sky, but it was warm snow that melted the moment it touched anything, leaving behind only a pleasant tingling sensation and the scent of pine forests. The landscape before Alice was rolling and gentle, covered in the same pristine white snow she had left behind in the world above, but here everything seemed to glow with its own inner light. Christmas trees of every size dotted the snowy hills, some as tall as the great oak in her garden, others small enough to sit on a tabletop. Every tree was perfectly decorated with lights that twinkled like captured stars, and ornaments that seemed to be made from crystallized moonbeams. A river meandered through this underground paradise, its waters so clear and still that it perfectly reflected the starry ceiling above, creating the illusion of walking through space itself. The river was bordered by rushes that looked like candy canes, their red and white stripes spiraling perfectly, and lily pads that were actually large, flat Christmas cookies decorated with green icing and tiny silver pearls. Occasionally, fish swam by that seemed to be made of living tinsel, their scales catching and reflecting the light in mesmerizing patterns. Small bridges crossed the river at regular intervals, each one unique and beautiful. One bridge was made entirely of candy canes woven together like a basket, strong enough to walk on but fragrant with peppermint. Another bridge appeared to be constructed from crystallized gingerbread, its railings decorated with icing that never melted despite the warm air. A third bridge was made of what looked like solidified moonbeams, translucent and glowing with its own gentle light. Along the riverbanks, Christmas gardens bloomed in defiance of winter. Holly bushes grew in perfect spheres, their berries glowing like tiny red lanterns. Poinsettias the size of small trees displayed leaves in every shade, from deep crimson to softest pink, and their centers seemed to hold actual stars that twinkled gently. Rose bushes bore flowers that looked like they were carved from ice but felt warm to the touch, and their fragrance was the perfect blend of summer roses and winter pine. The gentle sound of water flowing over smooth stones provided a constant, soothing backdrop to the Christmas carols that seemed to drift on the warm breeze from everywhere and nowhere. Sometimes Alice could hear individual voices in the chorus, a soprano as pure as church bells, a bass as warm as her father's voice, and harmonies that wove together like a musical tapestry of peace and joy. Cottages and small buildings nestled among the hills, all of them glowing with warm golden light from their windows. Smoke curled lazily from their chimneys, and Alice could see that each building was unique. Some looked like gingerbread houses with icing trim and gumdrop decorations. Others resembled cozy English cottages with thatched roofs and climbing roses, and still others were whimsical structures that could only exist in dreams, with curved walls and doors shaped like hearts or stars. Each cottage had its own garden, perfectly maintained despite the snow that fell constantly but never accumulated beyond a beautiful, even layer. Some gardens featured topiary animals, rabbits, deer and birds, all trimmed from evergreen bushes and decorated with tiny lights. Other gardens showed winter vegetables growing impossibly well in the snow, Christmas cabbages with leaves that looked like poinsettia flowers, carrots that glowed like orange lanterns beneath the snow. and fruit trees that bore ornaments instead of fruit. Pathways connected all the buildings, marked not with ordinary stones but with stepping stones that seemed to be made from compressed snow that never melted or became slippery. The paths were lined with lamp posts that looked like giant candy canes, their light warm and inviting, casting everything in a gentle golden glow that made even the snow look cozy and welcoming. As Alice stood taking in this magical scene, breathing in air that tasted of cinnamon and wonder, she noticed that the very atmosphere seemed alive with gentle magic. Snowflakes fell upward as well as downward, creating spiraling dances in the air. Occasionally, a snowflake would pause in mid-air, hovering at eye level long enough for Alice to admire its intricate crystalline structure before continuing on its leisurely journey. As Alice stood taking in this magical scene, she heard a familiar voice call her name. Turning, she saw the white rabbit approaching, but he looked nothing like the harried, anxious creature she remembered. This white rabbit moved with unhurried dignity, his white fur pristine and fluffy, his waistcoat a beautiful deep red velvet embroidered with golden holly leaves. His pocket watch, instead of being a source of anxiety, hung peacefully from a chain that glittered like snow in moonlight. "Alice," the white rabbit said, his voice warm and welcoming, "we've been expecting you. I do hope you don't mind that I led you here on Christmas Eve, but we wanted to share our celebration with you." Alice smiled, feeling a warmth that had nothing to do with the perfect temperature of this underground realm. "It's beautiful," she whispered, afraid that speaking too loudly might break the spell of this peaceful place. "But won't I be missed at home?" The white rabbit chuckled softly, a sound like bells wrapped in velvet. "Time moves differently here during the Christmas season," he explained, adjusting his waistcoat with unhurried precision. "You could spend days with us, and only minutes would pass in your world above. It's our Christmas gift to visitors, the gift of peaceful time." As they walked together down a path that seemed to be made of compressed snow that never grew cold or slippery, Alice noticed other familiar figures moving about the landscape with the same peaceful serenity that had transformed the white rabbit. Everything about this place seemed designed to bring out the gentlest, most loving aspects of everyone who dwelled here. The Mad Hatter sat at a table beneath a particularly large Christmas tree, but instead of his usual chaotic tea party, he was carefully wrapping presents with ribbons that seemed to tie themselves into perfect bows. His movements were slow and deliberate, and his usual manic energy had been replaced by a contented serenity. His hat, instead of bearing its usual 10/6 price tag, was decorated with holly and mistletoe, and small bells at its brim chimed softly with each movement of his head. The presents he was wrapping were extraordinary. Some changed colors as Alice watched, shifting through gentle rainbows of peaceful hues. Others seemed to contain light itself, glowing softly from within their wrappings. Still others appeared to be breathing gently, as if they contained living dreams waiting to be released. The Mad Hatter worked with loving attention to each package, humming softly to himself as he folded each corner with precise care. The March Hare was nearby, not bouncing about in his usual frantic manner, but reclining peacefully in a rocking chair that seemed to be carved from a single piece of driftwood, worn smooth by countless gentle tides. He was slowly knitting what appeared to be the world's longest Christmas stocking, one that stretched across the snowy ground and disappeared behind a small hill. His ears drooped in the most relaxed way Alice had ever seen them, and he hummed along with the gentle carols that floated through the air, his needles clicking in perfect rhythm with the music. The yarn he worked with was extraordinary. It seemed to contain the essence of different seasons within each strand. Alice could see threads that held the green of spring leaves, the gold of summer sunshine, the red of autumn maples, and the silver of winter frost, all woven together into something that was unmistakably Christmas, but contained the love and memory of the entire year. Everyone seemed so peaceful, Alice observed, and indeed they did. Even the Queen of Hearts, whom Alice spotted tending a garden of Christmas roses, moved with gentle grace rather than her usual imperious stomping. Instead of shouting orders, she was softly singing to her flowers, which seemed to glow brighter in response to her voice. Her usual red and black dress had been replaced by robes of deep forest green trimmed with gold, and instead of a crown, she wore a simple circlet of holly leaves that seemed to have grown naturally around her head. The roses in her garden were unlike any Alice had ever seen. They bloomed in colors that had no names, shades that existed somewhere between red and gold, between pink and silver, between white and the palest blue. Each flower was perfectly formed and seemed to radiate its own gentle warmth. As the queen sang to them, the roses swayed gently, as if dancing to her lullaby, and their fragrance filled the air with the scent of love and contentment. Near the rose garden, Alice spotted the Duchess, but the harsh, sharp-featured woman she remembered had been transformed into someone almost motherly. She sat on a comfortable bench, holding what appeared to be a baby, though on closer inspection, Alice realized it was a piglet wrapped in the softest Christmas blankets, sleeping peacefully in the Duchess's arms. The Duchess rocked gently, humming the same lullabies that seemed to permeate this entire realm, her face soft with genuine affection. The playing cards were there too, but instead of their usual frantic painting of roses, they worked together in peaceful harmony, decorating a series of Christmas trees with ornaments that seemed to paint themselves. The cards moved with careful deliberation, consulting with each other in whispers, and Alice noticed that their usual fear was completely gone, replaced by the joy of creating something beautiful together. Even the caterpillar was present, but instead of sitting atop his mushroom in his usual haughty manner, he had transformed into a beautiful butterfly with wings that looked like stained glass windows depicting Christmas scenes. He fluttered gently from flower to flower in the Christmas gardens, and wherever he landed, the flowers seemed to grow more vibrant and beautiful. Christmas magic, the White Rabbit explained as they continued their leisurely stroll. It brings out the best in everyone, smooths the rough edges, and helps us remember what truly matters. Love, friendship, warmth, and peace. They passed the Cheshire Cat, who was not perched mischievously in a tree as usual, but was instead lying contentedly by a fireplace that somehow existed outdoors without any walls to contain it. His grin was softer now, less mysterious, and more genuinely happy. As Alice and the White Rabbit approached, he raised his head and spoke in a voice like honey and warm milk. "Good evening, Alice," the Cheshire Cat purred. "Lovely night for a Christmas walk, isn't it? The stars are particularly beautiful tonight." He gestured with his tail toward the ceiling, where the artificial stars did indeed seem to twinkle with unusual brilliance. Alice looked up and gasped softly. The stars were moving in slow, graceful patterns, creating designs that looked like snowflakes, Christmas trees, and other holiday shapes before dissolving and reforming into new configurations. It was like watching the most beautiful slow-motion fireworks display imaginable. "Would you like to sit by the fire for a while?" the Cheshire Cat asked. "I find it quite soothing to watch the flames dance, very conducive to peaceful thoughts." Alice was indeed beginning to feel wonderfully drowsy, lulled by the warmth, the gentle music, and the overall atmosphere of complete safety and contentment. She settled onto a cushion that appeared beside the fireplace, a large, soft pillow that seemed to be stuffed with clouds. The fire crackled softly, its flames dancing in mesmerizing patterns that seemed to tell wordless stories of comfort and home. The White Rabbit settled beside her, and the Cheshire Cat curled up on her other side, his purr a gentle rumble that seemed to resonate with the peaceful rhythm of this magical place. Other familiar faces began to gather around the fire. The Dormouse, naturally drowsy but fighting sleep to enjoy the Christmas gathering, Tweedledum and Tweedledee, for once not arguing but instead sharing a large picture book of Christmas stories, and even the playing cards, who had set aside their painting duties to sit quietly and enjoy the warmth. "Tell me about Christmas here," Alice said softly, her voice already growing heavy with the peaceful drowsiness that seemed to permeate this place. The White Rabbit's eyes grew warm with memory. "Every day is Christmas here during the season," he began, his voice taking on the cadence of a gentle bedtime story. "We wake each morning to fresh snow and the sound of distant bells. The trees decorate themselves overnight, growing new ornaments like fruit, and the cottages warm themselves with fires that never need tending. The river," added the Cheshire Cat, his voice a sleepy purr, "sometimes flows with hot chocolate instead of water, and on very special nights it flows with starlight itself." Alice watched the flames dance and felt her eyelids growing heavy. "What about presents?" she asked drowsily. "Oh, we give those too," said the March Hare, who had wandered over with his knitting. "But they're different sorts of presents. We give each other peaceful dreams, restful sleep, warm thoughts, and gentle memories. The kind of gifts that make the heart feel light and the spirit feel at home." The Mad Hatter approached with a tray, but instead of tea, he was serving something that smelled like cinnamon and vanilla. "Christmas milk," he explained softly, offering Alice a delicate cup. "It helps with peaceful sleep and pleasant dreams." Alice accepted the warm cup gratefully. The liquid inside was white as fresh snow and tasted like all the best parts of Christmas morning: the excitement without anxiety, the joy without overwhelm, the love without complication. As she sipped it slowly, she felt herself sinking deeper into the soft cushion, her body becoming as light and peaceful as the snow that continued to fall gently from the starry ceiling. "Are you tired, dear Alice?" asked the White Rabbit gently. Alice nodded, though she didn't want this magical evening to end. "A little," she admitted, "but it's such a good kind of tired, like after a perfect day." "The very best kind," agreed the Dormouse, who was already mostly asleep but managed to open one eye. "The kind of tired that leads to dreams of sugar plums and snow angels." The creatures around the fire began to settle into their own restful positions. The Cheshire Cat's purr grew softer and more rhythmic. The March Hare set aside his knitting and curled up in his chair, and even the playing cards arranged themselves into a neat sleeping pile. The Mad Hatter dimmed the lights on the Christmas tree nearby, leaving just the warm glow of the firelight to illuminate their cozy gathering. "Will I remember this?" Alice asked softly, her words barely above a whisper. "You'll remember it like a beautiful dream," the White Rabbit assured her. "Sometimes clear and vivid, sometimes soft around the edges, but always warm and comforting. And whenever you need to feel this peaceful, whenever you need to remember that magic is real and kindness exists, you'll be able to return here in your heart." Alice felt herself being covered with the softest blanket she had ever experienced. It seemed to be woven from moonbeams and snowflakes, weightless but perfectly warm. The fire crackled gently, the music grew softer, and the artificial snow continued its slow, hypnotic dance from the starry ceiling above. As she drifted towards sleep, Alice became aware of all the gentle sounds around her, the soft breathing of her friends, the whisper of falling snow, the distant sound of church bells from the world above, and underneath it all, the quiet pulse of this magical place, like a great heart beating with love and peace. The White Rabbit began to hum a lullaby, his voice joining the chorus of gentle sounds. The melody was "Silent Night," but sung so softly and peacefully that it seemed less like a song and more like the sound of contentment itself made audible. Alice's last conscious thought was how perfect this moment felt, surrounded by friends warm and safe, in a place where Christmas magic was real and every day could end this peacefully. She felt herself smiling as sleep claimed her, her dreams already beginning to fill with images of snow and starlight, warm fires and gentle friends. The fire continued to burn softly, its light playing over the sleeping forms gathered around it. The Christmas trees kept their gentle watch, their lights twinkling like captured stars. The river flowed quietly, reflecting the endless sky above, and the snow continued its eternal, peaceful dance. In this magical realm beneath the winter earth, where time moved differently and kindness was the only rule, Alice slept the deepest, most restful sleep of her life, surrounded by the gentle magic of Christmas and the warm presence of true friendship. Her breathing was slow and peaceful, her face serene, and her dreams were filled with all the wonder and joy that Christmas could bring. And in the world above, the real snow continued to fall, covering Alice's footprints in the garden, as if her midnight journey to Wonderland's Christmas celebration had been nothing more than a beautiful dream, though perhaps dreams in the end are the most real magic of all. The White Rabbit adjusted his soft red waistcoat one final time before settling down beside the fire to keep watch over their sleeping guest. In his pocket, his Christmas watch ticked not with anxiety, but with the steady, peaceful rhythm of perfect time. Time enough for rest, time enough for dreams, time enough for the gentle magic of Christmas to work its quiet wonders on a weary world. And so Alice slept, peaceful and warm, in the heart of Christmas magic, where every breath was a blessing and every dream a gift, until the gentle morning light would eventually, softly, kindly call her home. Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, a historical sleep story. Alice and the Grand Canyon's founding. The afternoon sun hung low and golden over the high desert plateau, casting everything in that peculiar light that makes ordinary things seem touched by magic. Alice had been wandering through this strange, open landscape for what felt like hours, though time seemed to move differently here than it did back home in England. She had followed not a white rabbit this time, but a most extraordinary lizard, one whose scales shifted from turquoise to coral to deep amber as it moved through the scrubby sage and juniper. The lizard had led her across rolling hills dotted with piñon pines, their branches heavy with the sweet scent of resin warming in the sun. Alice's footsteps made soft sounds on the sandy soil, and occasionally she would pause to examine a peculiar flower or an unusually shaped rock, marveling at how different everything was from the tidy gardens of her childhood. How curious, she murmured to herself, a phrase she had grown quite fond of using since her adventures began. This lizard seems to know exactly where it's going, though I haven't the faintest idea where that might be. The lizard, as if hearing her thoughts, paused and turned its jewel-bright head toward her. Its eyes were like tiny amber mirrors, reflecting not just Alice's face, but something deeper, as if they held the memory of countless sunsets and the whisper of ancient winds. Then, with a graceful flick of its tail, it continued forward, leading Alice toward what appeared to be the very edge of the world. As they approached this edge, Alice began to hear something extraordinary, a vast, deep silence that seemed to breathe. It was unlike any quiet she had ever experienced, not the empty silence of a closed room, but a living, profound stillness that hummed with invisible presence. The air itself seemed to shimmer with anticipation. And then, quite suddenly, the lizard disappeared over what Alice had assumed was merely a gentle hill. "Oh my," Alice said, quickening her pace. "I do hope it hasn't wandered somewhere dangerous." But when she reached the spot where the lizard had vanished, Alice stopped so abruptly that she nearly tumbled forward. For there, spreading out before her like something from the most impossible dream, was the most magnificent sight she had ever beheld. The earth simply opened. It opened into a vast cathedral of stone, layer upon layer of rock painted in colors she had no names for. Reds that were deeper than roses, yellows that glowed like captured sunlight, purples that reminded her of the twilight sky, and oranges that seemed to hold the warmth of every autumn afternoon that had ever been. The canyon stretched away in all directions, so wide that she could barely make out the opposite rim, and so deep that the bottom disappeared into a soft blue-grey mystery. "Curiouser and curiouser," Alice whispered, her voice carried away by the gentle breeze that rose from the depths below. The colourful lizard had perched itself on a weathered stone nearby, and now it seemed to be waiting for her, its scales catching the afternoon light like a living jewel. It tilted its head as if to say, "Well, aren't you coming?" Alice approached the edge carefully, though something deep in her bones told her she was perfectly safe here. The rim of the canyon was solid beneath her feet, worn smooth by countless years of wind and weather. As she gazed down into the magnificent depths, she felt a strange sensation, as if the canyon were gazing back at her, acknowledging her presence with ancient, patient kindness. "I wonder," Alice said thoughtfully, "if this might be something like falling down a rabbit hole, but upward, or perhaps downward, but in the most gentle way imaginable." As if responding to her words, a current of warm air rose from the canyon depths, wrapping around Alice like the softest blanket. The breeze carried with it the scent of stone warmed by millennia of sunlight, the green freshness of hidden springs, and something else, something that smelled like time itself, deep and mysterious and infinitely peaceful. The lizard made a soft chirping sound and stepped delicately off the edge of the rim, not falling but floating, as if the air itself was supporting its small form. It looked back at Alice with those amber mirror eyes, and she understood, with the clear logic that only exists in dreams and stories, that she was meant to follow. "Well then," Alice said, smoothing her blue dress and adjusting her hair ribbon, "if one can fall down a rabbit hole into Wonderland, I suppose one might float down into, what shall I call it? Canyonland? Grandland? Oh, I shall simply call it the Grand Canyon, for surely nothing could be grander than this." She closed her eyes, took a gentle step forward, and found herself not falling but drifting, as soft and light as a dandelion seed on a summer breeze. The sensation was quite unlike anything Alice had ever experienced. Instead of the rushing, tumbling fall down the rabbit hole, this was a slow, dreamy descent, as if she were sinking through layers of warm honey, or floating down through clouds made of silk. Her dress billowed gently around her, and her hair streamed upward in the softest way, touched by currents of air that seemed to know exactly how to support her. As she drifted downward, Alice found herself able to observe the canyon walls with perfect clarity. Each layer of rock that passed by seemed to whisper its own story, and though Alice couldn't understand the words, she felt their meaning in her heart. The topmost layer, a pale cream color like fresh butter, murmured of a time when this whole area had been covered by an ancient sea. Alice could almost see the gentle waves lapping at shores that existed millions of years before she was born, and she smiled at the thought of fish swimming where she now floated through the air. Below that, a layer of soft red sandstone hummed with tales of vast deserts, of dunes that had shifted and changed, like sleeping giants over countless centuries. Alice imagined the wind that had shaped these stones, grain by grain, with infinite patience and artistry. How wonderfully quiet it must have been, Alice mused as she continued her gentle descent, to spend so much time creating something so beautiful with no one watching, no one hurrying the process along. A layer of brilliant white limestone sang quietly of another sea, this one filled with tiny creatures whose shells had settled slowly to the bottom, creating stone that gleamed like pearl in the canyon's soft light. Alice reached out to trail her fingers along its surface as she passed, and it felt smooth and cool, like touching the moon. The colorful lizard floated beside her, its scales now shifting through colors that matched the canyon walls, cream and red and white and gold, as if it were a small piece of the canyon itself, come to life to serve as her guide. It chirped softly, a sound like tiny silver bells, and Alice felt a deep contentment settling over her like a warm shawl. Deeper and deeper they descended, past layers of purple shale that whispered of ancient swamps, past yellow sandstone that glowed with memories of desert flowers, past grey limestone that hummed with the songs of creatures from the earliest days of the world. Each layer was a chapter in an enormous book, and Alice felt privileged to be reading the story of the earth itself. The afternoon light above grew softer and more golden as they descended, and Alice realized that she was experiencing the most perfect twilight, suspended between day and night, between the world above and the mysterious depths below. The canyon walls around her seemed to glow from within, as if each stone held a tiny bit of captured sunlight that it was now gently releasing. "Oh," Alice breathed, her voice echoing softly off the canyon walls. "It's like floating down inside a geode, or perhaps through the inside of a sunset." As they drifted lower, Alice began to hear something new, a soft, rhythmic sound that grew gradually clearer as they descended. It was the gentle murmur of running water, peaceful and constant like the world's most soothing lullaby. "That must be the river," Alice said to her lizard companion. "I wonder what sort of river it might be. Perhaps it's the sort that grants wishes, or maybe it's the kind that remembers everything it's ever seen." The lizard's scales shifted to a deep blue-green, like the color of deep water under starlight, and Alice took this as confirmation that they were approaching something quite special indeed. The walls of the canyon continued to tell their stories as they passed. Alice saw now that some sections were carved with the most intricate patterns, swirling, flowing shapes that looked like frozen music or dancing written in stone. She realized these must be the work of the river below, patiently carving beauty into the rock over millions of years. "How wonderfully determined," Alice observed, "to spend so very long creating something so magnificent. The river must be quite an artist." As if in response to her words, the sound of flowing water grew clearer and more musical. Alice could hear different notes in it now, high, bright sounds like water tumbling over smooth pebbles, deeper notes like currents flowing around large stones, and underneath it all, a bass rhythm like the earth's own heartbeat. The light around them was growing softer and more mysterious, taking on the deep blue gold quality of evening. Stars were beginning to appear in the strip of sky visible far above, tiny points of silver light that seemed impossibly distant and yet somehow intimate, as if they were personally watching over Alice's gentle journey. "I do believe," Alice said thoughtfully, "that I'm experiencing the most beautiful evening that has ever been, though I suppose every evening in a place like this must be the most beautiful one." They passed through a section where the canyon walls opened into small alcoves and hidden chambers, carved smooth by ancient waters and worn into shapes that looked like nature's own cathedral. Alice could see that these hidden spaces were home to small gardens of desert plants, tiny cacti with flowers like jewels, delicate ferns that grew in the moisture near seeping springs, and small trees with silvery leaves that rustled in the gentle air currents. "Even here life finds a way to create beauty," Alice murmured. "How perfectly wonderful." The lizard led her closer to one of these hidden gardens, and Alice saw that it was inhabited by other small creatures, a family of chipmunks with stripes like tiny rainbows, a mouse with ears like rose petals, and several butterflies whose wings seemed to be cut from pieces of stained glass. They all looked up at Alice with bright, curious eyes, but showed no fear, as if floating visitors were a perfectly normal occurrence in this magical place. "Good evening," Alice said politely, inclining her head toward the little creatures. "I hope I'm not disturbing your dinner time." The chipmunks chittered softly in response, a sound like tiny wind chimes, and the mouse stood up on its hind legs to wave one delicate paw. The butterflies performed a brief, graceful dance in the air before settling back on their flower perches, their wings catching the last golden light. "They seem quite friendly," Alice observed to her lizard guide. "I suppose in a place this peaceful, all creatures learn to be gentle with one another." As they continued their descent, Alice noticed that the canyon walls were beginning to change character. The layers of rock became older and more mysterious, their colors deepening to rich burgundies and forest greens, with streaks of black that looked like the night sky written in stone. These ancient layers seemed to hum with a deeper, more profound song, not the bright tales of seas and deserts, but something older and more fundamental, like the earth's memory of its very beginning. "These stones must have stories from the very start of everything," Alice whispered. "I wonder what the world was like when they were new." The air around them grew cooler and more humid as they approached the river, carrying the fresh scent of water over stone and the green smell of plants that grew near hidden springs. Alice could see that the canyon floor was not far below now, and she felt a gentle anticipation, like the feeling of approaching home after a long but pleasant journey. The last stretch of their descent took them through a section where the canyon walls were carved with the most extraordinary formations, arches and spires, and delicate stone lace that looked like the work of fairy architects. Water seeped through some of these formations, creating tiny waterfalls that caught the starlight and threw it back in sparkling cascades. "It's like floating through a palace made of dreams," Alice said, her voice full of wonder, and then quite gently her feet touched solid ground. Alice found herself standing on a smooth beach of sand and small rounded stones beside the Colorado River. The water flowed past her with a soft, constant murmur, its surface reflecting the first stars of evening like scattered diamonds. The river was not wide here, perhaps no broader than a small town's main street, but it moved with such quiet confidence that Alice could feel the power and patience in its current. The colorful lizard had alighted on a water-smoothed boulder nearby, and its scales now reflected the colors of the evening, deep blues and purples with touches of silver, like a piece of the night sky made solid. It watched Alice with those amber mirror eyes, and she had the distinct impression that it was smiling. "Thank you," Alice said, approaching the boulder and extending one finger for the lizard to climb onto. "That was quite the most wonderful journey I've ever taken. Though I suppose I should ask, however, shall I get back up?" But even as she asked the question, Alice found she wasn't worried about the answer. Something about this place filled her with such profound peace that she couldn't imagine anything but the most pleasant solutions to any problem that might arise. The lizard chirped softly and gestured with its tiny head toward the river. Alice looked and saw something quite remarkable, a small boat, carved from what appeared to be a single piece of driftwood, bobbing gently at the water's edge. It was perfectly sized for one person, with a comfortable-looking seat and sides that curved gracefully upward like cupped hands. "A boat ride," Alice said with delight. "How perfectly lovely. I do enjoy boat rides, especially in the evening." She waded into the shallow water at the river's edge, her shoes making soft splashing sounds that harmonized with the river's gentle song. The water was exactly the right temperature, not too cold, not too warm, but perfect, like a bath drawn by someone who knew exactly what would be most comfortable. Alice settled herself in the little boat, and the lizard climbed delicately onto the bow, where it perched like a small jeweled figurehead. As soon as they were both seated, the boat began to move, not with any sudden motion, but with the same gentle inevitability as a leaf carried by a stream. The current took them slowly downstream, past canyon walls that rose like cathedral spires into the star-filled sky. The walls were so high that Alice had to lean her head back to see their tops, and when she did, she saw that the stars visible from the canyon floor seemed brighter and closer than any stars she had ever seen, as if the canyon concentrated their light and made it more pure. "It's like traveling through the most beautiful book," Alice murmured, trailing one hand in the warm water. "Each turn of the river is like turning a page to discover something new and wonderful." The boat drifted past sections where small beaches of white sand created perfect crescents in the curves of the river. Some of these beaches were decorated with driftwood that had been carved by the water into fantastic shapes. Some looked like sleeping animals, others like abstract sculptures, and a few looked remarkably like furniture sized perfectly for fairy tea parties. "I wonder," Alice said to her lizard companion, "if anyone has ever had a tea party on one of those beaches. It seems like just the sort of place where the Mad Hatter might bring his friends for a particularly special unbirthday celebration." The lizard's scales shifted to warm gold and orange, the colors of a friendly fire, and Alice took this as an indication that tea parties were indeed held here, though probably by creatures she hadn't yet met. As they drifted further downstream, Alice began to notice that the canyon walls were carved with patterns that looked almost like writing, flowing, graceful lines that seemed to tell stories in a language older than words. The patterns caught and reflected the starlight, creating a gentle illumination that made the entire canyon glow with soft, mysterious light. "Those markings must be the river's writing," Alice observed. "All those centuries of flowing have created the most beautiful calligraphy. I wonder what stories it's telling." She found herself growing drowsy as she watched the patterns flow past. The gentle rocking of the boat, the soft sound of water against its wooden sides, and the constant, soothing murmur of the river were combining to create the most perfect lullaby. Her eyelids began to feel heavy, and she had to make an effort to keep them open so she wouldn't miss any of the canyon's wonders. The boat carried them past a section where hot springs created small pools along the riverbank, their surfaces steaming gently in the cool evening air. The steam created soft, shifting curtains that danced in the starlight, and Alice could smell the mineral-rich water, earthy and clean, and somehow ancient. "Even the springs are dreaming," Alice murmured, her voice becoming softer and more sleepy. "Everything here is so peaceful, so perfectly content." They drifted past a place where the canyon walls opened into a wider space, creating a natural amphitheater filled with stone formations that looked like an audience of sleeping giants. The starlight fell more directly here, turning the stone figures silver and creating shadows that seemed to shift and breathe with gentle life. "It's like a theater where the stones come to listen to the river's songs," Alice whispered, her eyes half closed now, "and the river sings them all to sleep with the most beautiful lullabies." The lizard moved from the bow of the boat to Alice's lap, where it curled up like a small, warm jewel. Its scales had shifted to soft, sleepy colors, pale blues and gentle grays, like the colors of dawn seen through closed eyelids. Its tiny chest rose and fell with deep, peaceful breathing, and Alice could feel its contentment like a warm glow. The boat continued its gentle journey, past walls carved into fantastic shapes by millions of years of patient water. Alice saw formations that looked like castles and cathedrals, like sleeping faces and dancing figures, like frozen waterfalls and petrified gardens. Each shape seemed to have its own personality, its own quiet story, and Alice felt welcomed by them all. "Everyone here is so kind," Alice murmured, her head beginning to nod as the boat's gentle rocking grew more soothing. "The stones and the water and the little creatures, they all want me to feel at home." The river carried them past a section where phosphorescent algae created tiny points of light in the water like liquid stars. The boat's passage stirred these lights into gentle swirls and spirals, creating a wake of soft blue-green radiance that trailed behind them like a comet's tail made of dreams. Alice's breathing grew deeper and more regular as the magical display lulled her further towards sleep. The canyon walls seemed to lean in protectively, creating a cozy feeling of being held safely in the earth's gentle hands. The stars above grew softer and more blurred, and the sound of the river became a constant, peaceful whisper that seemed to be saying, "Sleep now, dear Alice. Sleep and dream of all the beautiful things you've seen." The boat drifted toward a small cove where the water was perfectly still and mirror smooth, reflecting the stars so perfectly that it looked like they were floating through space itself. Ancient cottonwood trees grew along the banks here, their leaves rustling with the softest sounds, like whispered bedtime stories. As the boat came to rest against a small beach of sand as fine and white as powdered pearls, Alice felt herself settling into the deepest, most peaceful drowsiness she had ever experienced. The lizard in her lap purred like a tiny, contented cat, its warmth spreading through her like a gentle blessing. "I think," Alice said in a voice barely above a whisper, "that this must be the most perfect place for sleeping that has ever existed. Even the stones look sleepy, and the water sounds like it's humming lullabies to itself." She closed her eyes fully now, letting the boat rock gently against the sandy shore. The canyon walls rose around her like the sides of the world's most comfortable bed, and the stars overhead seemed to dim slightly, as if someone had drawn gauze curtains across the sky to make the light softer and more suitable for dreams. The last thing Alice heard before she drifted into sleep was the sound of the river, whispering its ancient songs, carrying the stories of the earth through the peaceful darkness. And somewhere in those whispered stories, she heard the promise that this place would always be here, always peaceful, always ready to welcome dreamers and wanderers who needed a place to rest. The colorful lizard settled more deeply into the warmth of Alice's lap, its scales now the soft gray-blue of gentle dreams. The boat rocked with the gentlest motion, like being cradled in loving arms, and the whole canyon seemed to breathe slowly and peacefully, in rhythm with the sleeping girl and her small companion. Above them, the stars continued their ancient dance, and the Colorado River flowed on with its patient, eternal song, carrying the dreams of all who had ever found peace in this magnificent place. And Alice slept, surrounded by millions of years of stone stories and starlight, in the newest and most beautiful national park in America, where the earth itself had become a sanctuary for wonder and rest. In her dreams she heard President Roosevelt's voice, distant but warm, speaking words that floated down through the canyon like gentle snowflakes. "Leave it as it island, you cannot improve on it. The ages have been at work on it, and man can only mar it." And Alice smiled in her sleep, knowing that this place of perfect peace would be protected forever, a gift from one generation to the next, where anyone who needed to remember the beauty of the world could come to listen to the earth's own lullabies and dream the dreams of stone and starlight. The Grand Canyon held them all, Alice and the lizard, the sleeping stones and the whispering water, the ancient stories and the newest dreams in its vast, gentle embrace, under a sky full of stars that had watched over this place since the beginning of time itself. And there, in perfect peace, Alice continued to sleep, her breathing as soft and regular as the eternal rhythm of the river, her dreams filled with the colors of the canyon walls. and the gentle songs of the flowing water in the place where the earth had written its most beautiful story in layers of stone and starlight. The rainy day cottage bakery. The storm had been building all afternoon, dark clouds rolling across the sky like waves of charcoal silk. By evening the rain fell in steady sheets, drumming against cobblestones and streaming down the diamond-paned windows of the little bakery that sat tucked between an old bookshop and a flower merchant's cottage. The painted wooden sign above the door, the Rainy Day Cottage Bakery, swayed gently in the wind, its cheerful letters seeming to glow despite the gathering dusk. Inside, the bakery was a sanctuary of golden light and enveloping warmth. Honey-colored flames danced in the stone fireplace that dominated one wall, casting flickering shadows across shelves lined with mason jars filled with flour, sugar, and mysterious spices. The air was thick with the mingled scents of rising dough, cinnamon, vanilla, and something indefinably magical. Perhaps it was the way the aroma of fresh bread seemed to carry whispers of comfort and home. Rough-hewn wooden beams stretched across the low ceiling, hung with bundles of dried herbs and strings of paper lanterns that cast pools of amber light throughout the space. Mismatched chairs and small round tables were scattered about, each one different, some painted cottage blue, others natural wood worn smooth by countless conversations. In the corners, overstuffed armchairs upholstered in faded florals invited visitors to sink deep into their embrace. Behind the curved counter, partially obscured by steam rising from the ovens and the soft haze of flour dust, moved a figure whose face remained always just out of view. The baker worked with practiced hands, pulling loaves from stone ovens, stirring great copper pots of soup, and arranging delicate pastries on tiered stands. There was magic in those movements, not the flashy kind found in fairy tales, but the quiet, nurturing magic of someone who knew exactly what each visitor needed before they knew it themselves. The first knock came just as the baker was pulling a tray of cottage loaves from the main oven, small round breads shaped like tiny houses, their crusts golden brown and marked with crosshatches that looked like shingled roofs. The door opened with a gentle chime, and a gust of rain-scented air swirled inside. "Oh my," came a voice, soft and wondering. "What a perfectly lovely place." Alice stepped inside, shaking droplets from her blue dress and smoothing her long blonde hair. She was older now than when she'd first tumbled down that famous rabbit hole, perhaps 17 or 18, but her eyes still held that particular brightness that came from having seen impossible things and found them quite natural. Her cheeks were pink from the cold rain, and she clutched a small carpet bag that suggested she'd been traveling. "Welcome, dear," called the baker's voice from behind the counter, warm as honey tea. "Come in from that dreadful storm. There's a chair by the fire with your name on it." Alice's eyes widened as she took in the bakery's cozy interior. "This is rather like the most wonderful of dreams," she murmured, gravitating toward the fireplace where the flames seemed to dance in greeting. "I was walking from the train station. I'm visiting my aunt in the next village when the storm caught me quite unprepared." "Storms have a way of bringing people where they need to be," the baker observed, appearing beside Alice's chair with a steaming mug, hot chocolate with a touch of lavender, and I believe you might enjoy these. On the small side table appeared a plate of the most extraordinary cookies Alice had ever seen. They were shaped like playing card suits, hearts, diamonds, clubs, and spades, but instead of the traditional black and red, they were decorated with delicate icing in soft pastels, rose pink hearts, sky blue diamonds, sage green clubs, and lavender spades. "How did you know?" Alice asked softly, picking up a heart-shaped cookie. The first bite revealed layers of flavor, vanilla and almond, with just a hint of something that tasted like adventure itself. "Lucky guess," the baker smiled, already fading back into the steamy warmth of the kitchen area. Alice settled deeper into her chair, listening to the rain against the windows and the soft crackle of the fire. The hot chocolate warmed her from the inside out, the lavender adding a dreamy quality that made her eyelids feel pleasantly heavy. She was just thinking how peaceful it all was when the door chimed again. This time, a young woman with dark hair and intelligent brown eyes entered, her simple brown cloak dripping with rain. She carried herself with quiet dignity despite her bedraggled state, and Alice noticed she clutched a worn leather book against her chest as if it were precious beyond measure. "I beg your pardon," the newcomer said, her voice cultured and melodious. "I don't suppose I might shelter here until the storm passes? I was walking from the village and got quite caught in the downpour." "Of course, dear," came the baker's voice. "Any friend of books is welcome here. Elizabeth, isn't it?" The woman Elizabeth Bennet, Alice realized with a thrill of recognition, looked startled. "How did you?" "Yes, Elizabeth Bennet. Word travels fast in small places," the baker said with gentle humor. "There's a chair near the fire, and I think you'll find the ginger tea quite restorative." Elizabeth settled into a chair near Alice's, smoothing her damp skirts and accepting the delicate china cup that appeared as if by magic. The tea was perfect, warming and spicy, with notes of honey and something that tasted like contentment itself. "I'm Alice," Alice offered with a smile. "I was just caught in the same storm." "A pleasure," Elizabeth replied, and her smile was genuine and immediate. "What a charming place this island, rather like stepping into a fairy tale." "I was thinking the same thing," Alice agreed, "though I suppose I'm rather familiar with that sensation." Before Elizabeth could ask what she meant, the baker appeared with a plate of delicate pastries that made both young women's eyes widen. They were small, cottage-shaped scones, perfectly golden, with tiny sugar-work doors and windows that gleamed in the firelight. "Cottage scones with clotted cream and jam," the baker explained. "The door's open, try it." Elizabeth lifted one carefully, and indeed, the tiny sugar door swung open on miniature hinges to reveal a hollow interior filled with the most exquisite clotted cream. Inside the cream was a dollop of jam that tasted like summer afternoons and first love, and the satisfaction of a perfectly crafted sentence. "This is extraordinary," Elizabeth breathed, taking another delicate bite. "I feel as though I should write about this place. It's too wonderful to be real." Oh, but the most wonderful things are often quite real, Alice said dreamily, the lavender in her chocolate making everything seem soft around the edges. They're just usually hidden away in places where only the right people can find them. The two young women settled into comfortable conversation, their voices mixing with the sound of rain and crackling fire. Elizabeth spoke of her love of long walks and good books, while Alice shared carefully edited tales of curious adventures. Neither pushed for details, content to let the conversation flow as naturally as the storm outside. They were discussing their favorite authors when the door opened once more, admitting a figure that made both women sit up straighter. The man who entered was tall and imposing, with a great black cloak that billowed dramatically as he shook off the rain. His dark hair was swept back from a pale, angular face, and his eyes held depths of old sorrows and hard-won wisdom. "Count Dracula," he said simply, inclining his head to the room at large. "I seek shelter from the storm." Alice felt no fear. Something about the bakery made such emotions seem impossible, but she was undeniably curious. Elizabeth, practical as always, simply nodded politely. "Welcome," called the baker's voice, and there was no surprise in it. Only the same warm hospitality extended to all. "There's a chair by the far window, if you prefer the shadows. I think you'll find the evening's offerings quite suitable." The Count moved with fluid grace to the suggested seat, his cloak settling around him like folded wings. Within moments, the baker appeared with a steaming mug that gave off no visible steam in the lamplight, and a plate of what looked like small, dark chocolate cakes shaped like tiny castles. "Black tea with bergamot and herbs," the baker said quietly, "and midnight castle cakes. The chocolate is from very old beans, aged in caves, quite rare." Dracula accepted both with a grave nod of thanks. "You are most kind. It has been some time since I've experienced such hospitality." "Everyone needs a warm place on a stormy night," the baker replied gently, and moved away to tend the fires. Alice watched, fascinated, as the Count carefully tasted one of the little cakes. For just a moment, his severe expression softened, and something almost like wonder crossed his features. "It tastes," he said quietly, more to himself than anyone else, "like moonlight and old stone, and—" he paused, seeming to search for words. "Forgiveness." "What a lovely description," Elizabeth said warmly. "Food often carries memories, doesn't it? These scones taste of summer mornings and my mother's garden to me." "And my cookies taste like the Queen's garden party," Alice added, "but a much nicer version where everyone is invited and no one loses their head." The Count looked at them both with something approaching curiosity. "You do not find my presence disturbing?" "Should we?" Alice asked with genuine interest. "You seem like a gentleman caught in a storm, same as us, and you appreciate good baking, which speaks well of your character." A sound that might have been rusty laughter escaped the Count's throat. "I had not considered that perspective." "Well," Elizabeth said practically, "I've always found that most people are far more complex than they first appear, and anyone who describes chocolate cake as tasting like forgiveness is clearly capable of poetry. I have not written poetry in many years, Dracula mused, taking another careful bite of his cake. Perhaps that's something you might take up again, Alice suggested gently. I find that rainy evenings are perfect for new beginnings. The three settled into an oddly comfortable silence, each lost in their own thoughts while the storm continued its gentle assault on the windows. The fire crackled peacefully, and somewhere in the kitchen area they could hear the soft sounds of continued baking, the whisper of flour being sifted, the gentle thud of dough being kneaded, the musical chime of ceramic against ceramic. It was Elizabeth who broke the quiet. "I wonder," she said thoughtfully, "what brings us all to the same place on the same evening?" "Chance?" Alice suggested, though her tone implied she didn't quite believe it. "I do not believe in chance," Dracula said softly. "I have lived too long and seen too much. There are patterns in the world, currents that draw certain souls together at certain moments. Like characters in a story," Elizabeth mused, "meeting just when they need to meet." Before anyone could respond, the door opened again, this time admitting two figures together. The first was a tall, lean man with a hawkish nose and the keen, intelligent eyes of someone who noticed everything. His companion was shorter, broader, with a kind face and the bearing of a man comfortable with both adventure and domesticity. "Holmes," the taller man said simply, shaking rain from his long coat. "Sherlock Holmes. And this is Dr. Watson." "John Watson," the doctor added with a warm smile, helping his companion out of his coat. "Terribly sorry to intrude, but we were caught quite unprepared by this storm." "Not at all," the baker's voice called out. "There's room for all who need it. Gentlemen, there's a table by the east window that should suit you perfectly." Indeed, there was a slightly larger round table with two comfortable chairs, positioned to catch the best light from both the window and a nearby oil lamp. As they settled themselves, the baker appeared with a tea service that made Watson's eyes light up with recognition. "Earl Grey," Watson said appreciatively, "my favorite." "And Turkish coffee for you, Mr. Holmes," the baker added, setting down a small cup alongside a plate of intricate pastries. "Detective delights, each one contains a small puzzle to solve." Holmes raised an eyebrow, intrigued despite himself. The pastries were indeed puzzles, small savory tarts shaped like magnifying glasses, with fillings that could only be identified through careful tasting. There were subtle combinations that required deduction, a hint of sage that might suggest thyme, a touch of lemon that could be lime, flavors that shifted and revealed themselves only through methodical analysis. "Fascinating," Holmes murmured, his analytical mind immediately engaged. "The chef here is clearly an artist of considerable skill." "Indeed," Watson agreed, sampling his own more straightforward but no less delicious offerings, small sandwiches cut into the shapes of London landmarks, each one perfectly suited to his tastes. "Though I must say, this whole place has an almost otherworldly quality to it." "Oh, I do hope so," Alice said from her spot by the fire. "Otherworldly places are so much more interesting than ordinary ones." Holmes's sharp eyes immediately fixed on her. "You speak from experience, miss?" "Alice. Just Alice. And yes, I suppose I do have some experience with unusual places." "We all do, it seems," Elizabeth observed, gesturing around the room. "I don't think any of us ended up here by pure accident." Dracula stirred in his shadowy corner. "The young lady speaks wisdom. There are forces that draw kindred spirits together, particularly on nights such as this." Watson, ever the social lubricant, leaned forward with interest. "How fascinating. We were just returning from a rather complex case in the countryside when this storm caught us, almost as if we were meant to stop here." "I was visiting family," Elizabeth offered, "taking a walk despite the threatening weather, something my family would say is quite typical of my headstrong nature. And I was traveling between stations," Alice added, "though I must admit I have a tendency to end up in unexpected places." "I was." The Count paused, seeming to consider his words carefully. "I was walking. I walk a great deal these nights. The darkness and I are old companions, but sometimes even darkness grows lonely." The admission hung in the warm air for a moment, touching each of them with its quiet honesty. It was Watson who responded first, his medical training and natural compassion making him sensitive to pain in all its forms. "Loneliness is a terrible burden," he said gently. "I know it well from my days after the war, before I met Holmes. There's something healing about good company and a warm place to rest." "Indeed," Holmes added, and though his tone was typically crisp, there was an underlying warmth. "Solitude has its place in the work of the mind, but the soul requires different sustenance." As if summoned by their words, the baker appeared with a large tray laden with an assortment of evening treats. There were small bowls of hearty soup that steamed invitingly, fresh bread still warm from the ovens, and an array of pastries that seemed designed for sharing. "I thought you might all enjoy a proper supper," the baker said, beginning to distribute bowls and plates. "The soup is cottage, vegetable made with herbs from the garden behind the shop. The bread is honey wheat, and there are several varieties of sweet and savory treats. The soup was a revelation, rich and comforting, tasting of home and hearth and long summer days. The vegetables were perfectly tender, the broth complex and satisfying. Each spoonful seemed to carry away a bit of the day's chill and worry." "This is extraordinary," Elizabeth said, breaking off a piece of the honey wheat bread. "It's like comfort made edible." "I was just thinking the same thing," Watson agreed. "It reminds me of meals my grandmother used to make, though I swear she never made anything quite this delicious." Holmes, typically, was analyzing his food with the same intensity he brought to crime scenes. "The herbs are unusual," he mused. "Common enough individually, but the combination creates something entirely unique. There's rosemary, thyme, a touch of sage, but also something I can't quite identify." "Magic," Alice suggested with a gentle smile. "Perhaps it's magic." "Magic is simply science we haven't understood yet," Holmes replied, but his tone was more thoughtful than dismissive. "Sometimes Dracula said quietly. Understanding ruins the beauty of a thing. Perhaps it is enough to simply accept the gift of warmth and sustenance without dissecting its source. The words seemed to settle over the group like a gentle blanket. Outside, the storm continued, but it no longer seemed threatening. Instead, it was a companion to their evening, providing a rhythmic backdrop to their meal and conversation. As they ate, the conversation flowed as naturally as water finding its course. Elizabeth and Watson discovered a shared love of literature, discussing their favorite novels with the enthusiasm of true bibliophiles. Holmes found himself oddly charmed by Alice's matter-of-fact descriptions of impossible things, his logical mind intrigued by the puzzles she casually mentioned. Dracula listened more than he spoke, but when he did contribute, it was with insights born of centuries of observation and hard-won wisdom. "You know," Elizabeth said thoughtfully, setting down her soup spoon, "I can't remember the last time I felt so peaceful, so content to simply be where I am." "It's the place," Alice said dreamily, curled in her chair like a sleepy cat. "There's something about it that makes everything feel right. Safe." "Safe," Dracula repeated the word as if it were foreign to him. "Yes, it has been a very long time since I have felt safe." "Safety isn't just about the absence of danger," Watson observed, his medical wisdom extending beyond the physical. "It's about being accepted as you are, without judgment or fear." "Precisely," Holmes said, and there was something almost surprised in his tone, as if he'd stumbled upon an unexpected deduction. "This establishment seems to specialize in providing exactly that sort of sanctuary." As if in response to their words, the baker appeared again, this time with a selection of evening desserts that made them all sit up with renewed interest. There were tiny fruit tarts topped with berries that gleamed like jewels, delicate cream puffs dusted with powdered sugar, and small cakes that seemed to glow with their own inner light. "Twilight sweets," the baker explained with a smile that could almost be seen in the warm voice. "Each one is designed to ease the transition from day to night, from wakefulness towards sleep." Alice chose a small cake that looked like it was made of compressed starlight, pale and shimmering, with a flavor that reminded her of the best dreams she'd ever had. Elizabeth selected a fruit tart that tasted of summer afternoons and the satisfaction of a good book finished. Watson opted for a cream puff that somehow captured the essence of hearth and home, while Holmes chose a geometric pastry that revealed new flavor combinations with each careful bite. Even Dracula accepted one of the glowing cakes, and as he tasted it, his expression softened further. "It tastes," he said wonderingly, "like hope. I had forgotten what hope tasted like." "Hope is like that," Alice said sleepily. "It hides sometimes, but it never really goes away. It just waits for the right moment to remind you it's there." The evening settled around them like a soft shawl. The storm outside began to gentle, the fierce drumming of rain softening to a whisper against the windows. Inside the bakery, the fires burned steadily. The lamps cast their warm circles of light. and 6 unlikely companions found themselves drawn into the kind of conversation that only happens when strangers become friends in the space of a single evening. Holmes found himself telling stories of his cases with less focus on the logical deductions and more on the human elements, the relief of a client cleared of suspicion, the satisfaction of justice served. Watson shared tales from his medical practice and his time in the army, speaking of healing and hope with the wisdom of someone who'd seen both the worst and best of humanity. Elizabeth spoke of her family, her love of walking and reading, her belief in the importance of looking beyond first impressions. Her stories were peppered with gentle humor and keen observations about human nature that made everyone smile. Alice, emboldened by the warm atmosphere and the dreamy effects of her lavender-laced hot chocolate, shared carefully edited versions of her adventures in Wonderland and Through the Looking Glass. She spoke of impossible things with such natural ease that they began to seem not only possible but inevitable. And Dracula, perhaps most surprisingly, began to speak of beauty, of moonlit landscapes he'd witnessed across centuries, of art and music and literature that had moved him, of the strange gift of experiencing the world's changes across vast stretches of time. His voice, when he spoke of beautiful things, lost its darkness and took on an almost musical quality. "You're a poet," Alice said suddenly, looking at him with bright, certain eyes. "I can hear it in the way you speak about beautiful things. You should write again." "Perhaps," the Count mused, and for the first time since entering the bakery, he smiled a real smile that transformed his entire face. "Perhaps I shall." The baker appeared once more as the clock on the wall chimed 9, carrying a large tray with mugs of what could only be described as liquid comfort. The drinks were different for each person. Alice received chamomile tea with honey and a hint of vanilla. Elizabeth got peppermint tea that tasted of peaceful evenings. Watson was given a warm milk toddy that reminded him of childhood security. Holmes received a complex herbal blend that seemed to quiet his normally racing mind, and Dracula found himself with a cup of something dark and warming that tasted of redemption and second chances. "Nighttime soothers," the baker explained, "to ease you toward rest whenever you're ready for it." "Must we be ready soon?" Alice asked, though her eyelids were already growing heavy. "This has been such a lovely evening." "The storm is passing," the baker said gently, "but you're all welcome to stay as long as you need. There are comfortable chairs, soft blankets, and plenty of books if anyone feels like reading quietly." Indeed, the rain outside had softened to the gentlest patter, and through the windows they could see the first stars beginning to peek through the breaking clouds. The world outside looked washed clean and peaceful, ready for a quiet night. "I don't think I've ever felt quite so content," Elizabeth murmured, settling deeper into her chair with her peppermint tea, "as if all the restlessness I usually carry has simply melted away." "It's the company," Watson said warmly. "Good company is the finest medicine for a troubled spirit." "And good food," Holmes added, though his usual sharpness had been replaced by something gentler, "and shelter from storms, both literal and metaphorical." "And stories," Alice said dreamily. Everyone needs stories. And second chances, Dracula added quietly, even when you think you no longer deserve them. The fire crackled peacefully, and somewhere in the kitchen they could hear the soft sounds of the baker cleaning up, the gentle clink of dishes, the whisper of towels on counters, the domestic music of a day's work coming to its end. One by one they found themselves settling deeper into their chairs, the warm drinks and the day's emotions combining to create a drowsy contentment. Elizabeth pulled a soft throw around her shoulders and picked up a book from the small table beside her chair. It appeared to be a collection of peaceful poetry. Holmes accepted a similar blanket and found himself with a volume of classical music compositions, which he perused with sleepy interest. Watson simply closed his eyes and listened to the gentle sounds of the dying storm. Alice discovered that her chair transformed into something remarkably like a bed when she curled up in it, complete with pillows that smelled of lavender and fresh air. The Count found that his corner had been equipped with a comfortable chaise lounge and heavy curtains that could block out any unwanted light, along with a small shelf of books on art and beauty. "How did you know?" Alice murmured to the baker, who was moving quietly around the room, adjusting pillows and adding fresh logs to the fire. "Know what, dear?" "Exactly what each of us needed. The right food, the right drinks, the right places to rest." The baker paused, and though the figure remained shadowy and indistinct, there was a smile in the voice. "Oh, that's not hard at all. Everyone needs the same things, really: warmth, comfort, acceptance, and a safe place to rest. The details may vary, but the heart of it is always the same." "What about you?" Elizabeth asked sleepily. "Don't you need rest?" "Oh, I rest," the baker chuckled, "but differently than most. I rest by providing what others need. There's great peace in that, you know, in being useful, in making others comfortable. It's its own form of sleep." Outside, the last of the storm clouds were drifting away, leaving behind a sky full of stars and a gentle night breeze that whispered through the trees. Inside the bakery, 6 travelers from different worlds and different stories had found exactly what they needed, not just shelter from the storm, but something deeper and more lasting. Holmes was the first to drift toward true sleep, his analytical mind finally quiet, his breathing deep and even. Watson followed soon after, his kind face peaceful in the lamplight. Elizabeth marked her place in her book and let her eyes close, a small smile on her lips, as if she were dreaming of pleasant things even before sleep truly claimed her. Alice was asleep almost before she realized it, her dreams filled with gentle adventures and friendly faces. The Count was the last to close his eyes, but when he finally did, it was with an expression of such peace that he looked centuries younger. The baker moved quietly around the sleeping figures, adjusting blankets, dimming lamps, and banking the fires to burn steadily through the night. Outside, the world settled into the kind of deep, peaceful quiet that only comes after a cleansing storm. In the morning, each of the travelers would wake refreshed and somehow changed, not dramatically, but in the subtle way that comes from being truly seen and accepted. They would find fresh pastries waiting for them, along with coffee and tea, and the kinds of breakfast treats that make mornings feel like gifts. They would exchange addresses and promises to write, though somehow they would all know that their paths would cross again, probably in this very place. But for now, they slept 6 unlikely friends who had found each other in a magical bakery on a stormy night, their dreams mixing and mingling in the warm air like the scents of vanilla and cinnamon and all good things. The rainy day cottage bakery held them safe in its warm embrace, a sanctuary where stories lived and strangers became family, and every ending was really just a new beginning waiting to unfold. The storm had passed, but the peace it brought remained, settling over the bakery like a blessing that would linger long after the last star faded into dawn. Outside, the world sparkled with raindrops like scattered diamonds, clean and new and full of possibilities. Inside, 6 dreamers slept on, held safe by the kind of magic that exists wherever people gather with open hearts and discover that home isn't always a place. Sometimes it's simply wherever you find yourself truly welcome. And in the kitchen, barely visible in the dying firelight, the baker smiled and continued the quiet work that never truly ends, the ancient, essential task of nurturing souls and creating comfort, one perfect pastry at a time. The Rainy Day Fairy Tale Bakery, a storm's evening. The first drops began to fall just as the afternoon light was fading into evening, each raindrop catching the last golden rays of sunlight before dissolving into the cobblestones of Storybook Lane. The storm had been building all day, thick pewter clouds gathering like wool blankets across the sky, and now they were finally releasing their burden in a gentle, steady rhythm that would soon grow into something more substantial. At the corner of Storybook Lane and Enchanted Avenue, where the old gas lamp flickered with its warm, honey-colored glow, stood the Rainy Day Fairy Tale Bakery. Its windows glowed like amber jewels in the growing dusk, and from within came the most wonderful aromas, cinnamon and nutmeg, fresh bread and sweet vanilla, with undertones of chocolate and the mysterious scent of something magical baking in the depths of the ovens. The bakery was a thing of beauty, with its weathered brick walls covered in climbing ivy that seemed to shimmer with its own inner light. The wooden sign above the door swayed gently in the evening breeze, its painted letters reading, "The Rainy Day Fairy Tale Bakery" in elegant script, with small illustrations of sleeping moons, twinkling stars, and tiny fairy wings dancing around the edges. 2 large mullioned windows flanked the heavy oak door, their glass panes frosted with condensation from the warmth within, but still allowing glimpses of the cozy interior that awaited any weary traveler seeking shelter from the storm. Inside, the bakery was a sanctuary of warmth and comfort. Exposed wooden beams stretched across the ceiling, darkened with age and hung with bundles of dried herbs and flowers that released their subtle fragrances into the air. The walls were lined with tall shelves that reached nearly to the rafters, filled with jars of sparkling preserves, bottles of amber honey, and containers holding mysterious ingredients that seemed to glow with their own soft light. A large stone fireplace dominated one wall, its hearth crackling merrily with a fire that cast dancing shadows across the room and filled the air with the comforting scent of burning applewood. Scattered throughout the space were mismatched but perfectly harmonious tables and chairs, some round, some square, some crafted from rich mahogany, others from painted pine in soft pastels. Each table held a small oil lamp that flickered with a steady golden flame, creating pools of warm light that invited quiet conversation and peaceful contemplation. Cushioned window seats lined the front windows, piled high with soft pillows in jewel tones of deep purple, forest green, and midnight blue, perfect for curling up with a warm drink and watching the rain paint silver streaks down the glass. Behind the main seating area, partially hidden by a curtain of hanging dried flowers, was the bakery's kitchen. Here, mysterious sounds emerged, the gentle clatter of mixing bowls, the soft thud of kneading, the whisper of flour being sifted, and the quiet hum of someone who clearly loved their work. The baker remained largely unseen, appearing only as a shadow moving behind the flour curtain, but their presence was felt in every perfectly crafted pastry, every loaf of bread that emerged from the ovens with its crust golden and its interior soft as silk. As the rain began to fall more steadily, drumming against the bakery's windows with increasing urgency, the first visitor of the evening appeared at the door. Alice paused on the threshold, her blonde hair slightly dampened from the rain despite her best efforts to hurry. She wore her familiar blue dress with its crisp white apron, though both were now a bit rumpled from her latest adventure through Wonderland's more peculiar territories. In her hands, she clutched a small wicker basket that seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly quality. "Oh my," she breathed as she stepped inside, the warmth of the bakery enveloping her like a gentle embrace. What a perfectly lovely place, this island. The bells above the door chimed a soft, melodic welcome as Alice closed it behind her, shutting out the growing storm. She stood for a moment, simply breathing in the wonderful aromas and letting her eyes adjust to the warm, golden light. The stress of her recent tumble through the rabbit hole seemed to melt away from her shoulders as she took in the cozy interior. "I do hope someone is here," she called softly, not wanting to disturb the peaceful atmosphere. "I was just passing through on my way home from the most extraordinary tea party, and I'm afraid I've gotten caught in this lovely storm." From behind the flower curtain came a gentle rustling, and though the baker didn't appear, a warm voice called out, "Welcome, dear child. Please, find yourself a comfortable seat wherever you'd like, something warm to drink perhaps, and I believe I have just the thing for someone who spent time at a tea party." Alice smiled, the tension in her face easing completely as she chose a small round table near the fireplace. The chair was perfectly sized for her, with a soft cushion in deep blue velvet that seemed to cradle her tired form. She set her mysterious basket on the table and folded her hands in her lap, watching the flames dance in the hearth. Within moments, the baker appeared, or rather, their hands appeared through a gap in the flower curtain, holding a delicate porcelain teacup and saucer painted with tiny roses and golden vines. The tea inside was a beautiful amber color, and steam rose from its surface in gentle spirals that seemed to form tiny dancing figures before dissolving into the air. "Chamomile and lavender," came the baker's voice, "with just a touch of honey from bees that only visit dreams, and I believe you might enjoy these." A small plate followed, bearing 3 of the most enchanting cookies Alice had ever seen. They were shaped like playing cards, but instead of the harsh red and black she was accustomed to, these were decorated in soft pastels, roses and blues and gentle golds. Each cookie was perfectly iced with intricate designs that seemed to shift slightly when she wasn't looking directly at them. "Oh, how wonderful," Alice murmured, lifting the teacup to her lips. The first sip was like liquid contentment, warming her from the inside and easing away the last traces of confusion from her recent adventures. These are absolutely perfect, so much more civilized than the Mad Hatter's eternal tea party. She took a bite of one of the card cookies, and her eyes widened in delight. It tasted like sunshine and laughter, with hints of vanilla and something that reminded her of her mother's garden on a perfect spring morning. As she ate, she felt herself growing drowsy in the most pleasant way, as if the warmth and comfort of the bakery were wrapping around her like a soft blanket. The rain continued to fall outside, and Alice found herself lulled by its steady rhythm against the windows. She was just reaching for her second cookie when the bakery door opened again, bringing with it a gust of cool air and the earthy scent of the storm. Heidi stepped inside, shaking droplets from her dark hair and stomping her sturdy boots on the mat. She wore a simple woolen dress the color of mountain streams, with a thick knitted shawl wrapped around her shoulders. Her cheeks were rosy from the cold rain and the walk down from the high meadows, and her eyes sparkled with the health and vitality that came from a life lived close to nature. "Ruizi," she called out cheerfully, using the Swiss greeting she'd learned from her grandfather. "I hope you don't mind another visitor." I was on my way back to grandfather's hut when the storm caught me, and I saw your lovely lights. Alice looked up from her tea and smiled warmly. "Oh, please do come in. I'm Alice, and this is the most wonderful bakery I've ever encountered. The baker has been so kind." Heidi's face lit up as she unwound her shawl and chose a chair near Alice's table. "I'm Heidi," she said, settling into a chair that seemed made for someone accustomed to simple mountain furniture. "I live up in the Alps with my grandfather, but I come down to the village sometimes. I've never seen this bakery before, though it feels like it's been here forever. That's because it exists whenever it's needed most," came the baker's gentle voice from behind the curtain, "and I believe someone who spends her days among the high peaks might enjoy something that tastes of home." A steaming mug appeared, larger and sturdier than Alice's delicate teacup. It was filled with what looked like hot chocolate, but richer and more complex, with swirls of cream on top, and a dusting of what might have been cinnamon or perhaps powdered starlight. Alongside it came a plate of small, golden brown pastries that looked like tiny mountain peaks, each one perfectly formed and dusted with what looked like fresh snow but tasted, when Heidi took a tentative bite, like the sweetest honey and nuts. "Ah, this is like grandmother's Lebkuchen," Heidi sighed with pleasure, "but somehow even better. It tastes like Christmas morning and summer afternoons all at once." Alice nodded understandingly. "The food here seems to taste like memories, doesn't it? Like the very best moments all gathered together in a single bite." The two young women sat in comfortable silence for a while, sipping their warm drinks and listening to the rain grow steadier outside. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, and the oil lamps flickered in their gentle rhythm, creating an atmosphere of perfect peace and contentment. They were just beginning to share stories, Alice of her tumble through the looking glass, Heidi of her life among the mountain peaks, when the door opened for a third time. Dorothy entered, her famous blue gingham dress slightly faded from many adventures, her dark hair in braids that were coming slightly undone from the wind and rain. She carried a small wicker basket not unlike Alice's, and her silver shoes not ruby, as some stories claimed, but silver as starlight clicked softly on the bakery's wooden floor. "Oh my," she said, echoing Alice's earlier words as she took in the cozy interior. "Aunt Em always said that when you're caught in a storm, the best thing to do is find somewhere warm and safe to wait it out. This place looks perfect." "Dorothy," Alice exclaimed, recognizing the famous traveler immediately. "Please join us. I'm Alice, and this is Heidi. We've both just found shelter from the storm ourselves." Dorothy's face brightened as she settled into a third chair, completing their little circle around the warm table. "It's so nice to meet you both. I was just returning from a visit to the Emerald City when this storm blew up. In Kansas, we know to take storms seriously, but this one seemed different, somehow gentler, like it was herding me somewhere I needed to be." The baker seemed to understand exactly what Dorothy needed. A tall glass appeared, filled with something that looked like lemonade, but sparkled with tiny bubbles, and had a color that shifted between pink and gold, depending on the angle of the light. With it came a slice of what could only be described as rainbow cake, layers of the softest sponge in gentle colors that seemed to capture the essence of hope itself. "Oh my goodness," Dorothy breathed after her first taste. "This is like coming home after the longest journey. It tastes like Aunt Em's kitchen and the yellow brick road and the very best parts of every place I've ever been." Heidi leaned forward, her eyes bright with curiosity. "You've really traveled to an Emerald City? I've heard stories, but I thought they were just tales." "Oh, they're real," Dorothy laughed, her voice soft in the bakery's warm atmosphere. "Though sometimes I think the most important journeys are the ones that bring you full circle back to where you started, but with new eyes to see the magic that was always there." Alice nodded thoughtfully, stirring her tea with a small silver spoon that had appeared beside her cup. "I know exactly what you mean. Every time I return from Wonderland, I see my own world a little differently. The ordinary becomes extraordinary when you've experienced the truly impossible." The three young women fell into an easy conversation, sharing stories of their adventures while the storm continued outside. The rain had settled into a steady, soothing rhythm that seemed to wrap around the bakery like a protective cocoon. Inside, the warmth and light created a perfect sanctuary, and the mysterious baker continued to provide exactly what each guest needed. Fresh tea for Alice, more of the mountain pastries for Heidi, and another glass of that magical sparkling drink for Dorothy. As they talked, the bakery seemed to grow even cozier around them. The fire settled into a comfortable, steady crackle, and the oil lamps burned with unwavering flames that cast dancing shadows on the walls. The scent of baking bread mingled with cinnamon and vanilla, creating an olfactory symphony that spoke of home and comfort and perfect contentment. It was during a comfortable lull in their conversation, when all three were simply enjoying the peace of the moment, that the bakery door opened once more. This time, It admitted a figure that seemed to carry winter with her, despite the season. The Snow Queen entered gracefully, her long white coat glistening with what might have been raindrops or might have been frost. Her pale hair was crowned with what looked like a tiara of ice crystals, but her expression was not the cold, imperious one of legend. Instead, her face was soft with weariness, and her ice-blue eyes held a warmth that spoke of recent transformation. "Forgive the intrusion," she said, her voice like wind chimes touched by a gentle breeze. "I saw the lights and felt the warmth from the street. It's been so long since I've experienced true hospitality." Alice, Heidi, and Dorothy exchanged glances and then smiled simultaneously. "Please join us," Alice said warmly. "We've all found refuge from the storm here, and there's something magical about this place that makes everyone welcome." "I'm Heidi," offered the mountain girl, "and these are my new friends, Alice and Dorothy. We were just sharing stories and enjoying the most wonderful food and drink." The Snow Queen, though she seemed reluctant to use her title, accepted a chair at their expanding circle. I was called the Snow Queen," she said softly, "though I've recently learned that there are warmer ways to rule a kingdom." No sooner had she settled than the baker provided what seemed impossible, a drink that steamed warmly but somehow captured the essence of winter itself. It was served in a crystal goblet that seemed to be carved from ice but was perfectly warm to the touch. The liquid inside was the palest blue, like the heart of a glacier, but it tasted of hot spiced cider with notes of pine and fresh snow, and something that could only be described as the sound of sleigh bells. With it came pastries shaped like perfect snowflakes, each one unique and intricate, but these snowflakes were warm and golden, tasting of butter and honey with a hint of peppermint that was refreshing without being cold. "How extraordinary," she murmured after her first sip. "It's as if someone has captured the beauty of winter without its harshness, the wonder without the isolation." Dorothy leaned forward with interest. "I understand something about isolation. Sometimes the greatest journeys are the ones that teach us we don't have to travel alone." "Indeed," her voice growing warmer with each word. "I spent so many years locked away, afraid of my own power, afraid of hurting others. It took a child little Gerda to show me that even ice can melt when touched by genuine love." Heidi clasped her hands together. "Oh, Gerda, is she well? I've heard her story told in the villages below the mountains. They say she traveled through terrible cold to save her friend." Her face brightened completely, transforming her from an austere queen into someone who looked hardly older than her companions. "She is wonderful, and so is Kay. They're both safe and happy, and their pure innocent love taught me that my powers were never meant to isolate me. They were meant to bring joy, to create beauty, to remind people of wonder." Alice smiled over her teacup. "It's funny how the very things that make us different, that make us feel alone, can become the things that help us connect with others in the most meaningful ways." The four women continued their gentle conversation as the evening deepened around them. The storm outside had reached its peak, with rain drumming steadily against the windows, and wind rustling through the trees along Storybook Lane. But inside the bakery, the atmosphere had grown even more peaceful and intimate. The baker continued to move unseen behind the flower curtain, and occasionally new treats would appear, tiny cream puffs filled with lavender custard, miniature tarts topped with fruits that seemed to glow with their own inner light, small cups of soup that tasted like liquid comfort. They were deep in a discussion about the nature of home, Alice describing her family's garden, Heidi painting word pictures of alpine meadows, Dorothy sharing memories of Kansas wheat fields, and the Snow Queen speaking of ice palaces that had been transformed into warm gathering places when the door opened one final time. Wendy Darling stepped inside, shaking rain from her long brown hair and smoothing down her white nightgown, which she'd covered with a sensible blue cloak for her journey. She paused in the doorway, taking in the scene of the 4 women gathered around the warm table, and her face lit up with the kind of delight that only someone who truly understood the magic of unexpected discoveries could show. "Oh," she breathed, "what a perfectly lovely place to wait out a storm. I was flying home from Neverland when the weather turned, and I saw your lights. I do hope you don't mind another visitor." "Flying?" the Snow Queen asked with genuine curiosity, while Alice, Heidi, and Dorothy made welcoming gestures for Wendy to join them. "With Peter Pan," Wendy explained, settling into a 5th chair that appeared as if it had always been part of their circle. "Though I must admit, I prefer traveling during clear weather. Rain makes it rather difficult to navigate, even with fairy dust. I'm Alice, and these are Heidi, Dorothy, and the Snow Queen," Alice said, making introductions. "We've all found ourselves here tonight, and it's been the most wonderful evening of sharing stories and experiencing this magical bakery." Wendy's arrival seemed to complete something in the atmosphere of the bakery. The baker appeared to sense this as well, for the offering that came for Wendy was especially thoughtful, a pot of tea that smelled like bedtime stories and starlight, served in a cup decorated with tiny painted ships sailing across a midnight blue sea. With it came what could only be called story cookies, each one shaped like a different element from classic tales. And when Wendy bit into one shaped like a pirate ship, she exclaimed that it tasted exactly like adventure, but the safe kind that always ended with everyone tucked into warm beds. How perfect, Wendy sighed contentedly. In Neverland everything is excitement and adventure, but sometimes what you really need is a place like this, somewhere warm and quiet, where you can process all the wonderful things you've experienced. Dorothy nodded understandingly. "I know exactly what you mean. After all the excitement of Oz, sometimes the most magical thing was just sitting in Aunt Em's kitchen, eating her apple pie and listening to the wind across the prairie. There's magic in the quiet moments too," Heidi added softly. "When I'm up in the high meadows with Grandfather, sometimes the most beautiful part of the day is just sitting by the fire in the evening, listening to the wind and feeling grateful for simple things." The Snow Queen smiled, her ice blue eyes twinkling. "I've learned that the most powerful magic often comes from the gentlest moments, a child's laughter, a friend's understanding touch, the simple act of sharing a meal with people who truly see you. Alice raised her teacup slightly, as if making a toast. To gentle magic then, and to unexpected meetings that become treasured memories. The 5 women touched their cups and glasses together in a soft, musical chime that seemed to harmonize with the rain outside. The storm was beginning to soften now, its fierce drumming settling into a gentler patter that sounded almost like a lullaby. As if sensing the change in the weather and the mood, the baker emerged at last from behind the flower curtain. They were exactly as one might expect a fairy tale baker to be, neither young nor old, with flower-dusted hands and eyes that held the wisdom of someone who had seen many stories unfold. Their smile was warm and encompassing, taking in all 5 women with equal affection. "I believe," the baker said in a voice like honey and warm bread, "that this evening calls for something special, something to mark the end of the storm and the beginning of peaceful dreams." They disappeared back into the kitchen, and soon the most incredible aroma began to waft through the bakery, something that smelled like every comfort food memory rolled into one perfect scent. When the baker returned, they carried a large round cake that seemed to glow with its own inner light. It was covered in frosting the color of moonlight, decorated with delicate flowers that looked real enough to have been picked from an enchanted garden, and around its edge, written in script that seemed to shift between languages, were the words "Sweet Dreams" and "Safe Travels." "This is a dream cake," the baker explained, setting it in the center of their table. "Each slice will taste like your most peaceful memory, and it carries with it the promise of restful sleep and pleasant dreams." They cut the cake with a silver knife that caught the firelight, and each slice was indeed different. Alice's piece tasted like her mother's rose garden on a perfect summer afternoon. Heidi's held the flavor of fresh milk and honey with the clean taste of mountain air. Dorothy's slice was redolent of fresh baked bread and prairie flowers. The Snow Queen piece somehow captured the taste of the first warm day after a long winter, when the snow begins to melt and reveal the green beneath. And Wendy's slice tasted like her mother's goodnight kisses and the security of a warm nursery where stories came to life but never grew scary. As they ate the magical cake, a profound peace settled over all 5 women. The storm outside had gentled to barely a whisper, and through the bakery windows they could see the first stars beginning to peek through the parting clouds. "I should probably be heading home soon," Dorothy said softly, though she made no move to leave. "Aunt Em will be worried." "As should I," added Wendy. "Peter and the boys will wonder what became of me. Grandfather will be concerned if I don't return before too late," Heidi murmured. "My kingdom needs tending," the Snow Queen dreamily. "And I have a very important date with a looking glass," Alice concluded. But none of them moved. The warmth of the bakery, the contentment that came from sharing food and stories with kindred spirits, and the magical peace that seemed to emanate from the very walls held them in perfect stillness. The baker smiled understandingly. "The night is still young, and sometimes the most important journeys are the ones that take us inward, into rest and dreams. Perhaps you'd each like something to help you on your way." 5 small packages appeared, each one wrapped in paper that seemed to shimmer with starlight. Inside, each woman found a small bundle of what looked like tea, that smelled like distilled moonbeams and whispered promises of peaceful sleep. "Dream tea," the baker explained. "Brew a cup before bed, wherever bed might be tonight, and you'll find that your dreams are filled with all the best parts of this evening." Alice tucked her package into her wicker basket with reverent care. "Thank you," she said softly. "This evening has been the most perfect pause between adventures." Heidi stood and gathered her shawl around her shoulders, but slowly, as if reluctant to break the spell of the evening. "I'll never forget this place, or any of you," she said warmly. "Sometimes the mountains can feel lonely, but tonight I feel connected to something larger and more wonderful than I ever imagined." Dorothy rose as well, checking to ensure her silver shoes were securely fastened. "There really is no place like home," she said with a smile, "but sometimes you need to visit magical places like this to remember why home is so precious." The Snow Queen, with fluid grace, her white coat settling around her like snow. "I'll carry the warmth of this evening back to my kingdom," she promised, "and perhaps I'll create some new ice sculptures, ones that capture not the cold beauty of winter, but the warm beauty of friendship." Wendy was the last to rise, carefully tucking the package of dream tea into her cloak. "I'll tell the boys about this place," she said, "though I suspect they'll think it's just another of my stories. Perhaps that's as it should be." The 5 women moved toward the door together, but slowly, as if walking through honey-sweetened time. The baker followed them, and as each one reached the threshold, they found themselves embraced by a hug that felt like coming home and saying goodbye all at once. "Remember," the baker said softly to each in turn, "the rainy day fairy tale bakery exists whenever it's needed most. Whenever you find yourself caught in a storm, whether of weather or of heart, you'll find us here." Alice was the first to step out into the night. The rain had stopped completely now, and the air smelled clean and fresh, like new beginnings. The cobblestones gleamed wetly under the gas lamp's glow, and overhead the clouds were parting to reveal a canopy of stars that seemed unusually bright and welcoming. One by one, the others followed. Heidi breathed deeply of the cool mountain air and set off up the winding path that would take her back to her grandfather's hut. Dorothy clicked her heels together softly and disappeared in a swirl of silver light, carried home by the magic that had always been with her. The Snow Queen walked gracefully down the lane, and with each step, tiny flowers of frost bloomed and then melted on the cobblestones, leaving behind only the faintest trace of her passage. Wendy looked up at the now clear sky, whispered, "Second star to the right, and straight on till morning," and rose gently into the air, carried by thoughts of happy endings and peaceful dreams. Alice was the last to leave, standing for a moment outside the bakery and looking back through its golden windows. Inside, the fire still crackled merrily, and the oil lamps still cast their warm, steady glow. The baker was moving about, quietly cleaning up from the evening's gathering, but they paused in their work to raise a hand in farewell. With a heart full of contentment and a basket containing the most precious of gifts, Alice set off down Storybook Lane toward home. Behind her, the rainy day fairy tale bakery settled into peaceful quiet, its lights continuing to shine warmly in case any other storm-weary traveler might need shelter and comfort. The night was perfectly still now, with only the gentle sound of water dripping from leaves and eaves as the last of the storm departed. In houses and castles, in huts and palaces, in nurseries and kingdoms across the story-filled world, 5 young women prepared for sleep, each carrying with them the warmth of unexpected friendship and the promise of dreams as sweet as fairy tale cake. And in the rainy day fairy tale bakery, the last of the oil lamps flickered down to a gentle glow, the fire settled into glowing embers, and the magical space that existed whenever it was needed most tucked itself quietly into the space between stories, waiting for the next storm and the next group of travelers who would need exactly what it had to offer: warmth, comfort, perfect food, and the irreplaceable magic of kindred spirits finding each other on exactly the right night. The rainy day enchanted forest bakery. The autumn storm rolled across the countryside like a great gentle giant stretching its arms, sending sheets of silver rain cascading down from pewter clouds that hung low and soft in the evening sky. Thunder rumbled in the distance, not sharp or frightening, but deep and comforting, like the purr of some enormous contented cat. And there, nestled between 2 ancient oak trees whose branches formed a natural canopy, stood the rainy day enchanted forest bakery, its windows glowing amber and gold against the gathering dusk. Warm light spilled from every pane of glass, creating pools of welcome on the rain-soaked cobblestone path that wound through the village. The bakery itself seemed to breathe with life. Wisps of steam curled from the chimney, carrying with them the most wonderful scents: cinnamon and nutmeg, brown butter and vanilla, fresh bread, and something mysteriously sweet that could only be described as the essence of comfort itself. Inside, the bakery was a symphony of warmth. Copper pots gleamed on open shelves, their surfaces reflecting the dancing flames from the great stone fireplace that dominated one wall. Hand-hewn wooden beams stretched across the ceiling, draped with dried herbs and strings of fairy lights that twinkled like captured stars. The floors were made of wide plank wood, worn smooth by countless feet and glowing honey gold in the firelight. Mismatched armchairs and settees were scattered throughout the space, each one piled high with soft cushions in deep forest greens and warm burgundies, perfect for curling up with a book and a steaming mug of something delicious. Behind the curved glass counter, an array of treats waited like jewels in a treasure chest. There were woodland walnut scones shaped like tiny mushrooms, their tops dusted with pearl sugar that caught the light. Fairy ring donuts sat in perfect circles, glazed with honey and lavender. Elderberry tarts gleamed purple dark in their flaky pastry shells, topped with whisper-thin slices of pear. And in the very center, a towering enchanted forest cake rose like a miniature woodland scene, complete with marzipan toadstools and sugarwork ferns that looked so real you might expect a tiny fairy to peek out from behind them. The mysterious baker worked quietly in the kitchen beyond, never quite seen but always present, sending forth an endless stream of perfectly timed treats and steaming beverages that appeared on the counter just when they were needed most. Tonight, as the storm painted the windows with rivers of rain, the bakery felt especially magical, as if it were calling to those who needed shelter, warmth, and perhaps a touch of wonder. The first to arrive was Dorothy Gale, her cheeks pink from the wind, and her dark hair escaping from beneath a simple blue headscarf. She pushed open the heavy wooden door, causing the brass bell above it to chime a sweet, welcoming note that seemed to harmonize with the rhythm of the rain. Water dripped from her worn but practical traveling dress, and she carried a small wicker basket covered with a damp cloth. "Oh my," she breathed, stepping into the warmth and looking around with eyes that held both wonder and relief. The scent of baking bread enveloped her like an embrace, and she could feel the tension in her shoulders melting away like snow in sunshine. This is exactly what I needed. Dorothy had been walking for hours, following a yellow brick road that had somehow led her not to Oz, but to this enchanted corner of the world. Her adventures in the magical land had taught her to recognize true magic when she saw it, and this bakery fairly thrummed with it. She settled into a deep armchair near the fire, setting her basket at her feet, and soon found a steaming mug of what could only be described as home appearing on the small table beside her hot cocoa, with a hint of Kansas prairie honey and a dollop of cloud white whipped cream. As Dorothy sipped her cocoa and felt the warmth spreading through her bones, the door chimed again. This time it admitted Alice, no longer the confused child who had tumbled down a rabbit hole, but a young woman with the kind of clear, intelligent eyes that come from having seen the impossible and lived to tell about it. Her blonde hair was pinned back practically, though a few rebellious curls had escaped to frame her face, and she wore a simple blue dress with a crisp white apron, the uniform, perhaps, of someone who had learned to navigate strange worlds with grace and determination. "Curiouser and curiouser," Alice murmured, taking in the bakery's cozy splendor. Her voice held the cultured tones of Victorian England, but warmed with genuine delight. Though I must say, after tea parties with Mad Hatters and croquet with Queen of Hearts, a sensible bakery is quite refreshing. She approached the counter with the measured steps of someone who had learned to be cautious of magical places, but her caution melted away as she breathed in the comforting aromas. Without being asked, a delicate china plate appeared, bearing what looked like the most perfect tea cakes she had ever seen, tiny rabbit-hole roulades filled with raspberry jam and dusted with powdered sugar, accompanied by a proper cup of Earl Grey that steamed gently in its matching saucer. "Good evening," Dorothy called softly from her chair by the fire. "I'm Dorothy. Are you taking shelter from the storm too?" Alice turned with a smile that transformed her serious face into something luminous. "Alice," she replied, lifting her teacup in a gentle salute. "And yes, though I must admit I'm beginning to suspect this storm was quite intentionally placed in my path. There's something wonderfully deliberate about finding exactly what you need when you need it most. The two young women settled into companionable conversation, Alice taking the armchair opposite Dorothy's. They spoke of travels and strange lands, of the comfort of finding familiar things in unfamiliar places, and of how sometimes the most magical journeys were the ones that led you home to yourself. The rain continued its gentle percussion against the windows, and the fire crackled softly, creating a cocoon of peace around their quiet voices. They had just discovered their shared appreciation for ruby slippers and looking-glass logic when the door opened once more. This time it admitted a tall, lean figure with an unmistakable air of otherworldly wisdom. Merlin, the mythical magician, stepped into the bakery, his staff clicking against the wooden floor, his robes damp from the rain, but his eyes twinkling with the same warmth as the fairy lights overhead. Water droplets clung to his magnificent beard like tiny diamonds, and his pointed hat bore a few autumn leaves that had been caught by the wind. "Well, well," he said, his deep voice carrying the resonance of mountains and deep forests. "It seems the evening has brought me to precisely where I belong." He looked around the bakery with the appreciative gaze of someone who had seen many wonders but still recognized true hospitality when he encountered it. There is old magic here, good magic, the kind that nourishes both body and spirit. The wizard found himself guided to a high-backed chair near the fire, where a steaming bowl of what appeared to be hobbit stew materialized before him, rich with root vegetables and herbs, accompanied by a thick slice of Shire seed bread that was still warm from the oven. A tall tankard of something that smelled of honey and distant meadows completed the offering. "Merlin," he introduced himself with a courtly bow to the ladies. "Wizard, wanderer, and at this moment, grateful guest." "Dorothy," she replied, raising her cocoa mug in greeting. "From Kansas, most recently from Oz, currently just happy to be somewhere warm and dry." "Alice," added the young woman, setting down her teacup with a gentle clink. "Late of Wonderland, though I must say this place makes far more sense than anything I encountered there." "Ah," Merlin smiled, breaking off a piece of his bread and watching the steam rise from its golden interior. "But sense is not always the most important quality in a place, is it? Sometimes what we need most is simply rightness. The feeling that we are exactly where we belong, for exactly as long as we need to be there." As if summoned by his words, the door opened again to admit a figure that seemed to carry starlight in her very presence. The blue fairy stepped into the bakery, her gossamer gown barely stirring as she moved, tiny points of light dancing around her like captured fireflies. Her hair fell in waves of silver gold, and her eyes held the deep compassion of someone who had spent eternity helping others find their way. "What a perfectly lovely evening for finding sanctuary," she said, her voice like wind chimes in a gentle breeze. Where her feet touched the floor, small flowers of light bloomed for just a moment before fading, leaving behind only the faintest scent of jasmine and starshine. the fairy found herself at a small round table near the window, where she could watch the rain tracing silver paths down the glass. Before her appeared a cup of what looked like liquid moonlight, pale and luminous, steaming gently and smelling of vanilla and dreams. Beside it sat a delicate pastry shaped like a star, its surface shimmering with what might have been sugar or might have been actual stardust. "I am called the Blue Fairy," she said, lifting her luminous cup in greeting to the others. "I spend my time helping wooden puppets become real boys and granting wishes to those who truly believe. Tonight, I find myself in need of a different kind of magic, the magic of simple mortal comforts." "We were just discussing how sometimes we find exactly what we need when we need it most," Alice observed, gesturing gracefully toward the fairy's ethereal refreshment. "Though I must admit, your appearance suggests you might be more accustomed to providing such magic rather than receiving it." The Blue Fairy's laugh was like silver bells. "Even those who give magic need to receive it sometimes. There is great wisdom in knowing when to be the helper and when to accept help. This storm has reminded me that even fairies occasionally need shelter." Merlin nodded approvingly. "Indeed, I have found in my long years that the wisest beings are those who understand that giving and receiving are simply two sides of the same blessed coin." As if drawn by their philosophical musings, another figure appeared at the door. Wendy Darling stepped inside, shaking raindrops from her practical brown cloak, and looking around with the kind of wonder that only comes to those who have flown with Peter Pan, but never lost their appreciation for earthbound comforts. She had grown into a thoughtful young woman, her hair still the color of autumn leaves, but now pinned up in a sensible style that couldn't quite hide her adventurous spirit. "Oh my goodness," she breathed, taking in the bakery's magical atmosphere. "It's like stepping into one of the stories I used to tell Michael and John." She moved with the graceful confidence of someone who had learned to navigate both nurseries and Neverland, her eyes bright with recognition of wonder when she saw it. A cozy spot opened up naturally on a cushioned window seat, where Wendy found herself with a mug of what tasted exactly like the hot milk and honey her mother used to make, accompanied by a plate of Star-Wish cookies, delicate buttery treats cut in the shapes of stars and dusted with sugar that sparkled like fairy dust in the lamplight. "Wendy Darling," she introduced herself, curtsying slightly to the assembled group. "Storyteller, sometime resident of Neverland, and currently very grateful for this refuge from the storm." "How wonderful to meet a storyteller," Dorothy said warmly. "I find myself collecting quite a collection of stories myself these days." "As do we all, I suspect," Alice added thoughtfully. "There's something about unusual journeys that turns us all into storytellers, isn't there?" The conversation flowed as naturally as honey from a spoon, each person sharing glimpses of their adventures carefully edited to focus on the magical rather than the frightening, the wondrous rather than the dangerous. They spoke of flying ships and talking animals, of ruby slippers and looking glasses, of the weight of great quests, and the lightness that comes when they're finally completed. Just as Wendy was describing the sound that dreams make when they take flight, The door opened to admit one more refugee from the storm. Jo March burst in with characteristic energy, her cheeks flushed from hurrying through the rain, and her arms full of notebooks and loose papers that she clutched protectively to her chest. Her dark hair was escaping from its pins in enthusiastic spirals, and her practical dress showed signs of someone who had been too absorbed in writing to notice the approaching weather. "Oh, thank goodness," she exclaimed, pushing the door closed with her shoulder and looking around the bakery with the keen eye of someone always searching for new settings for her stories. "I was so caught up in my writing that I completely missed the storm rolling in. This place is absolutely perfect, like something out of a fairy tale." Jo found herself at a writing desk near the fire, complete with good light and a comfortable chair that seemed designed specifically for long hours of creative work. Before her appeared a steaming mug of coffee, real coffee, dark and rich and exactly the way she preferred it, along with a plate of what could only be called author's fuel, hearty oatmeal cookies studded with nuts and dried fruit, perfect for sustaining long hours of inspired writing. "Jo March," she announced, settling into her chair with evident satisfaction, writer, dreamer, and currently very soggy refugee from the storm. Though I must admit, getting caught in the rain has led me to what might be the most inspiring place I've ever seen. "Another storyteller," Wendy observed with delight. "How wonderful. What sort of stories do you write, Jo?" Jo's face lit up with the passion that always overcame her when discussing her craft. "Oh, all sorts. Adventures, family stories, tales of women making their own way in the world. I've always believed that everyone has a story worth telling. It's just a matter of finding the right way to tell it." "How marvelous," the Blue Fairy said, her ethereal voice warm with appreciation. "Stories are a kind of magic all their own, aren't they? They have the power to transport us, to help us understand ourselves and others, to make the impossible seem possible." "Indeed," Merlin added, his eyes twinkling as he looked around the group. "I have always been fond of stories. There is something powerful about the moment when a tale finds exactly the right ears to hear it." As if conjured by their words, the mysterious baker finally made an appearance, not walking in from the kitchen, but simply being there, as if they had always been part of the scene but had only just decided to become visible. The baker was neither young nor old, neither tall nor short, but seemed to embody the very essence of hospitality made manifest. Their apron was dusted with flour and starlight in equal measure, and their smile held all the warmth of fresh bread and all the mystery of deep forests. "Welcome all," the baker said, their voice somehow familiar to each listener, as if it were the voice of every person who had ever offered comfort in times of need. "I see the storm has brought me exactly the guests I was hoping for tonight." "You were expecting us?" Alice asked, her logical mind immediately engaging with the puzzle. The baker's smile deepened. "In my experience, storms very rarely bring the wrong people together, and tonight's storm has been particularly intentional." They gestured to a long table that hadn't been there moments before, or perhaps had always been there but had been patiently waiting for the right moment to be noticed. It was set with mismatched chairs and place settings, each one perfect for its intended occupant, and laden with an array of treats that seemed to tell the story of each guest's journey. There were ruby slipper rolls for Dorothy, glazed to a perfect red and filled with the taste of home. Alice's place held a selection of curiosity cakes, each one a different flavor and texture, meant to be sampled thoughtfully. Merlin found himself before a hearty wizard's feast, complete with second breakfast pastries and Elevence's biscuits. The blue fairy's setting sparkled with wish-come-true wafers, delicate as spun sugar and twice as magical. Wendy's place was adorned with storytellers' sweets, each one shaped like a character from her tales, and Joe's spot held a writer's banquet of brain food treats designed to fuel long nights of creative work. "This is incredible," Dorothy breathed, taking her place at the table. "It's like you've prepared exactly what each of us needed most." "That is precisely what I have done," the baker replied simply. "It is, after all, what bakers are for, to nourish not just the body but the spirit as well." As they settled around the table, the storm outside seemed to soften, its earlier intensity mellowing into a gentle, steady rhythm that provided the perfect soundtrack for their feast. The conversation flowed as freely as the warm cider the baker poured into their glasses, each person sharing stories that were both fantastical and deeply human. Dorothy told of her journey home and how she'd learned that the things she'd been searching for had been with her all along. Alice spoke of the importance of maintaining one's sense of self even in the midst of impossible situations. Merlin shared wisdom about the power of small acts of courage and kindness. The blue fairy offered insights into the nature of wishes and the magic that lives inside everyone, waiting to be awakened. Wendy reminisced about the joy of storytelling and the responsibility that comes with keeping wonder alive in the world. Joe spoke passionately about the power of words to change hearts and minds. As the evening deepened and the storm outside settled into a gentle susurrus of rain against glass, the bakery seemed to grow even more magical. The fairy lights twinkled like stars, the fire settled into glowing embers, and a profound sense of peace settled over the gathered friends, for that was what they had become, brought together by chance and bound together by the recognition of kindred spirits. The baker appeared once more, this time carrying a magnificent dessert that seemed to capture the essence of the entire evening. It was a friendship cake, layers of different flavors representing each guest, covered in smooth frosting that seemed to shimmer with its own inner light. On top, crafted from marzipan and sugarwork, was a perfect miniature replica of the bakery itself, complete with tiny glowing windows and a door that actually opened to reveal a small compartment filled with wishes written on edible paper. "For new friends," the baker said simply, "and for the magic that happens when the right people find each other at exactly the right time." They cut the cake together, each slice revealing new flavors and surprises, layers that tasted like sunshine and adventure, like home and discovery, like wisdom and wonder, all rolled into one perfect bite. As they ate, they found themselves sharing their deepest hopes and dreams, their fears and triumphs, creating bonds that felt as if they had existed for lifetimes rather than hours. "You know," Jo said thoughtfully, setting down her fork and looking around the table at her new friends, "I think this is going to make the most wonderful story. Not just what happened to each of us individually, but this moment right here, this perfect evening where the storm brought us all together." "I'd love to read that story," Wendy said with a smile, "though I suspect we're living in it right now. Perhaps that's the most magical kind of story of all," the blue fairy observed, her ethereal voice soft with contentment. "The ones we find ourselves in rather than the ones we simply hear or read." Merlin nodded sagely. "There is great truth in that. Sometimes the most powerful magic is simply recognizing the wonder in the moment we're living." "Speaking of moments," Dorothy said, glancing toward the windows where the storm had gentled to barely more than a whisper, "it seems our weather is clearing." Indeed, the rain had softened to the lightest patter, and through the bakery windows they could see the first tentative stars beginning to peek through the breaking clouds. The storm was passing, but none of them seemed eager to leave the warmth and companionship they had found. "There's no hurry," the baker assured them, reading their reluctance to break up the perfect evening. "The night is still young, and there are comfortable places to rest if anyone would like to stay until morning. Sometimes the best part of an adventure is the peaceful moments that come after." As if in response to this invitation, the bakery seemed to expand and rearrange itself, revealing cozy alcoves and reading nooks that had been there all along but had simply been waiting for the right moment to be discovered. There were soft couches piled high with quilts, window seats with perfect views of the star-dotted sky, and even a small library filled with books that seemed to whisper promises of wonderful stories yet to be discovered. Dorothy curled up in a chair near the dying fire, a book of Kansas poetry in her lap, and a final mug of cocoa growing cool in her hands. The ruby slippers on her feet caught the last glimmers of firelight, and her face held the peaceful expression of someone who had truly found their way home, not to a place, but to a feeling. Alice had claimed a window seat where she could watch the last of the storm clouds drift away, revealing a sky full of stars that seemed far more sensible and well-behaved than anything she had encountered in Wonderland. A book of logic puzzles lay open beside her, but she found herself more interested in contemplating the pleasant puzzle of how a chance storm had led her to such perfect company. Merlin had settled into the deepest armchair, his pipe sending up lazy spirals of smoke that smelled of adventure and distant places. His eyes were closed, but his breathing was that of someone merely resting rather than sleeping, a wise traveler who knew the value of peaceful moments and how to fully inhabit them. The blue fairy had found a spot near the window where the starlight could touch her gossamer gown and make it shimmer with captured light. She seemed to be listening to something only she could hear, perhaps the dreams of sleeping children or the whispered wishes of those who still believed in magic. Wendy had discovered a perfect nook with a small writing desk, where she was carefully recording the evening's events in a journal bound in soft leather. Her pen moved steadily across the page, capturing not just what had happened, but the feeling of it, the warmth, the fellowship, the sense of perfect rightness that had settled over them all. Jo had claimed the library corner, where she sat surrounded by books and notebooks, her own writing scattered across a small table. But for once, she wasn't frantically scribbling new stories. Instead, she was simply sitting quietly, absorbing the peaceful atmosphere and letting it fill the creative well that was always running dry from constant use. The baker moved quietly among them, refreshing drinks, adjusting cushions, adding another log to the fire when it began to burn low. They seemed to understand instinctively what each person needed: silence for some, quiet conversation for others, the perfect book or the exactly right cup of tea appearing just when it was most wanted. As the night deepened toward morning, the bakery settled into a profound quiet, broken only by the soft sounds of pages turning, the whisper of pencil on paper, and the gentle breathing of people completely at peace. The storm had passed entirely, leaving behind a sky washed clean and full of stars that seemed to shine with extra brightness, as if they too were celebrating the perfect evening that had unfolded below them. One by one, the magical visitors found themselves drifting towards sleep, not the sleep of exhaustion, but the deep, restorative rest that comes to those who are exactly where they belong. Dorothy dozed off with her book still open on her lap, a small smile playing at the corners of her mouth as she dreamed of yellow brick roads that led to cozy bakeries. Alice fell asleep watching the stars, her logical mind finally at rest after finding a magical place that made perfect sense in all the ways that mattered most. Merlin slept the light sleep of wizards, one part of his mind always aware and watchful, while the rest of him relaxed completely into the bakery's protective embrace. The blue fairy seemed to sleep and not sleep simultaneously, her form becoming even more ethereal as she rested, like moonlight made tangible. Wendy slept with her journal still in her hands, dreams of new stories dancing behind her closed eyelids. Jo finally succumbed to sleep surrounded by her papers and books, her creative spirit recharged by the evening's perfect inspiration. The baker watched over them all as the night grew deep and quiet, occasionally adjusting a blanket or moving a book that was about to slide to the floor. But mostly they simply stood quietly, a guardian of this magical space where stories and reality intersected, where weary travelers could find exactly the rest and nourishment they needed most. As dawn approached, painting the sky in shades of rose and gold, the bakery seemed to glow with its own inner light. The friends slept peacefully on, wrapped in warmth and contentment and the lingering scent of cinnamon and starlight. Outside, the world was waking up fresh-washed and new, but inside the rainy day enchanted forest bakery, time moved at its own gentle pace, allowing for dreams to linger and peace to settle deep into tired bones. The storm had passed, but its gift remained, the perfect evening when 6 strangers had become friends, when magic had taken the form of simple hospitality, and when everyone had found exactly what they needed most: a place to belong, if only for one perfect rain-blessed night. And in the quiet morning light that filtered through the bakery windows, touching sleeping faces and well-loved books, it was clear that some storms bring exactly the right kind of magic, the kind that changes hearts, creates connections, and reminds us all that sometimes the most extraordinary adventures begin with the simple act of stepping in out of the rain. The rainy day enchanted forest bakery stood ready for whatever the new day might bring, its windows still glowing softly, its door still open to any weary traveller in need of warmth, comfort, and perhaps a touch of magic. For in places like this, the real magic isn't in spells or wishes. It's in the simple truth that there will always be a warm place to rest, a kind soul to offer comfort, and friends to be found in the most unexpected moments. And so our story ends, as all the best bedtime stories should, with everyone exactly where they belong, surrounded by peace and comfort, drifting gently toward dreams, filled with the promise of new adventures and the certainty that no matter where their journeys might take them, there will always be a place like the rainy day enchanted forest bakery waiting to welcome them home.